And I have appeared. Lemo, there we are. What's up, everybody? That's on, everything's on, that's looking good. Hi. What's up? We have some more StarCraft 2 today, of course, as is per usual, the regular order of things here. After all, ITaX, we don't sit still. We keep doing StarCraft 2 non-stop, all around the clock. That's just how we roll. And yeah, glad you guys are here to join us. Make sure to tell your friends. Make sure to tell all your pals, all the people. You know what, that might be interested in seeing, I don't know, some pretty darn good players play StarCraft 2, such as TY and Hurricane, for example. Just giving two names right there. And then, of course, afterwards, we're going to have ourselves DRG versus Cure as well, if I'm not mistaken. Am I mistaken? I swear I'm going to kick myself if I am, but I don't think I am. Let me double check this real quick. No, it is Cure. It is Cure. Alright. Noise. This is so much. There's so much. Okay, Hurricane versus, Hurricane versus TY is going to be starting up first. They're doing the veto process right now. Under the ever so vigilant eye of Inu, the clan leader and organizer of all things sacred for StarCraft 2. He's doing his thing. And yeah, we're just gonna wait for that to run the course, and we shall partake in a little bit of observing there. I'll try my best to guide you guys through the overall complexity of StarCraft 2. I don't think you guys need me specifically for that, but more so just a little bit of fun banter here and there, right? Always helps make it even more fun. After all, all right. Okay, so here we go already. First and foremost, the map vetoes have completed. So we're going to start on Eternal Empire. Really a staple map right now where pretty much everybody seems to be wanting to start on, right? Eternal Empire, there's not really anything wrong with Eternal Empire, honestly. And I don't mind it. It's just like, man, there's a lot of people that want to play on Eternal Empire. Especially as the first map. Seems like just the overall accepted most balanced map right now, in my opinion. I could be wrong about that. Let me know if you think there's another map that's more balanced than Eternal Empire. I know some people. Rick Wiz yesterday told me that he doesn't like Eternal Empire. He thinks it's a little bit too big and he can't do that many swarm hosty things on this one. As the map doesn't quite help out with the placement wise where you can put your Nidus networks. But you know what, that is just one tactic that is kind of falling apart, and honestly I don't think a lot of people mind not being abused by such devious tactics. So yeah, Eternal Empire. Afterwards, Everdream going to be the second map. Third map, Ice and Chrome. Fourth, Submarine, and 5 Pillars of Gold. So no Golden Wall this time around. I sometimes, you know what, when we do see TY in these types of events, I kind of expect TY to start picking the Golden Wall type of maps. You know, he sometimes has these weird little unique strategies that he can kind of employ on these weirder maps, but we'll have to wait and see. Maybe he's going to be bringing it here on some other map at some other point in time. I mean, hopefully, we'll get to see a good couple of games from him here. If he manages to beat Hurricane here as well, which, let's be honest, he should be the favorite right now. I looked it up a little bit. Hurricane, his standings recently, he went 0-2 versus Bunny. He went 0-4 versus Dongray Gu. He did beat Spear, but before that, August 25th as well, the series special, actually also something that we did. On what day was that? It was 5 days ago. I don't think I casted that one. Yeah, that was on a Tuesday, so I wasn't there. But he lost to Bunny again, 0-3. Oh, I guess that was the first time off that list. But yeah, so recently he's not doing so well. It looks like in the PVT matchup. Will he be able to bring some A game here for the series versus TY? We'll have to wait and see. Best of 5. course, after this one, we'll have another best of 5, and then we'll have ourselves a best of 7 to finish things off with. Because you just aren't sated quite yet, right? After seeing 2 best of 5s, you need to have that best of 7 to finish things off with. In the bottom left side, we have ourselves the, I believe it's Team LP. I just looked this up. Let me double check it. Team LP, that's right. The red Protoss, he is none other than Hurricane. In that top right side, we have ourselves the blue Terran from the Afrika Freaks. He is none other than TY. Representing the Into the Clan community here as well. Have a karaoke microphone as their symbol. Or maybe a volleyball that's being thrown a little bit too hard. And into the air. Hard to say, hard to say. Could be many things. Could be many things. Actually, Hurricane also representing Into the Clan here. Pretty cool, pretty cool. It could be a bird as well with a very long beak. I'll have to ask Inu at some point. Alright, so far pretty standard stuff. Hurricane going for a quick scout here. We'll realize that he is, you know what, in a safe enough position to throw down that quicker Nexus. He's going to attempt to get a little bit of a block here on that command. So, no, actually, he's just going to let it be. Live and let live, if, of course. The mantra of a lot of the Protoss. Especially Hurricane. TY here, also going to get himself the scouting information. Just seeing that Nexus on its own already, a nice one to see. He's going to be looking for, you know what, yeah, another pylon, I suppose. That's right there. Would be kind of crazy to have a proxy gateway still now. Without a zealot being shown. Right, that would be weird. And there's still a Nexus at this moment in time as well. So yeah, TY should be pretty comfortable overall with his scouting right now. He knows that there's 2 pylons here. He's still going around with this Reaper though to make sure that he's not being brain gamed with Hurricane going to 3 pylons, I suppose. Well, maybe if there was still a little probie hiding in the forest somewhere. Oh well, it's more like a desert plateau, desert temple. Not quite sure what the business was of this of the structure that we have in front of us. It's kind of interesting that we never really have a map that is on the inside of a building, right? It's usually like on the rooftops of the buildings. I think it would be pretty cool to have a map that's inside, but I can see there would be a lot of difficulties probably with like walls and stuff to... They're just kind of blocking the vision and making it less of a good map to actually micro on. That would just cause a lot of frustration overall anyway. Could be pretty cool though as well, people abusing something like that, perhaps. Reaper here comes into the main base. We'll be able to, you know what, get a scout off if he does so desire. A little bit preoccupied killing probes right now, but there we go. Sees the Stargate. It's not done yet, even killing another probe here, most likely. Yep, there we go. 2 probes. That is uncomfortable. Widowmine drop there, also getting scouted by that Oracle, but at the same time, I suppose he sees the Oracle too. But he doesn't have anything against an Oracle right now, does he? I know mainly right now he has those 2 Widowmines on the way, but with the other Widowmines already going across the map here, being intercepted, I wonder if TY made the right choice sending these Widowmines out like this. He's going to set 1 on the ground right now. We'll be able to get a 1 probe. Better than no probes, I suppose. Oh, this is a scary moment. Okay, whew. We'll be able to pick those off. And yeah, TY not really accomplishing anything there, did he? Losing 5 workers in total. And, well, killing 3. I suppose that Reaper really paying for itself there. But ultimately, that's a rough one. That's a rough opening here for TY. Not the greatest start. To be fair, if there is a moment in time. Actually going for a Hellbat drop now as well. That's very cool. Don't see that every day. Gotta watch out for those Stalkers, though. Waiting for the probes to come back, and now drops on top of it. And, well, oh, that could be big. Oh, I didn't target it anymore. The Phoenix actually stopped to lift up the Hellbat there for a while, so there was an opportunity there. TY, I don't know what's happening with him, but he seems to be falling up. He's sending more units across the map right now. Okay. A Viking, a Marine, and 2 Widowmines right here assaulting the 3rd base. That's something you see every day, but hey. It's a pretty cool build overall from TY, right? Really utilizing the overall armory tech here. Maybe experimenting with a couple of things. He is one of those players that is just capable of bringing out a lot of cool, interesting strategies. And it's really what we're seeing right now as well. Ooh, those Stalkers coming in. We don't have Drilling Claws. That definitely would help out, of course, but only gets 2 there as well. Yeah. TY. I mean, you gotta give a man credit where credit is due. This is really attempting again here for another drop. This is perseverance at the max, really. Resilience to defeat. Once you get knocked down, you just get back up again, and that's exactly what TY is doing here. Multiple times, just absolutely not getting anything done with his harassment. But not giving up just yet. Maybe this time. Ooh. This is always the scary part as well, when you do see like a Terran playing versus a Protoss. And a Terran is just capable of continuously doing this type of harassment. And still be relatively okay in the supply, even though it's not doing much, right? It does have a weird sense that something could be going off a little bit. We'll have to wait and see though. This Widowmine didn't really get anything done either. Man, Hurricane really on top of just being able to see these Widowmine drops coming in and shutting them down. Great use of the Oracle and the Revelation ability here, of course. Even going to make a couple of cannons. Can't say I blame him. Honestly, I would have made those a lot sooner myself, just because I'm going crazy. Probably would have lost a lot more probes too. But Hurricane holds on for now, and doing so rather nicely. I say it's only a 12... Well, actually, yeah, only a 12 worker lead. Which is still pretty darn impressive, right? It is quite a bit, but I don't think it's an unwinnable position here for TY, right? TY should be able to kind of find a way to remedy this situation here still, I feel like. Didn't we hear, though, TY recently say that his unfavored matchup is, in fact, the TVP matchup? Maybe that is another thing that I haven't taken quite into account when thinking about how this series could go. Just saw that Hurricane was having a rough time against Bunny and stuff, but I don't know. Maybe TY is just his matchup. One of the great things about StarCraft 2 is that, you know, some people are better against other people than they would be against the people that, you know, what you're beating are good against. If that makes sense, right? It's like a rock, paper, scissors kind of thing. It's pretty nice. Widowmine there. Okay, actually, ooh, almost being able to dodge the vigilant eye of those Stalkers, but the Observer did come on by. Hurricane spotting the little dent in the ground right there. Would be kind of funny if we had like a little spray for the SCVs to make the same imprint you would see as a Protoss from like this right here. That would be kind of busted, wouldn't it? Right, hallucinated Phoenix right there. TY, I mean, looking at the army supply right now, 94 versus 70. This is a man that lost 13 Widowmines, 2 Hellbats, and 2 Medevacs, just to try and kill kill 10 workers. It's he's still doing okay. He's still doing okay. In the top side, we do have a big whopping of those Zealots. Widowmines, still no drilling claws here, so taking a moment to really get those burrowed. Love the unburrow as well here. Getting himself a bit more distance between him and the Novas. Will blow his hat off. Or head. Depending on how gruesome you want to go. Ooh, another disruptor. Shot right there, not quite making the impact it wanted to. TY looks like his reinforcing units right there from the production queue were able to deal with the Zealot run by rather handsomely. So we'll have to wait and see if he's going to send everything across. There is another warp in right now. There is DTs involved as well. Ooh, wait, did he just kill a disruptor there? Okay, no, it wasn't. I think it must have been a Stalker or something that blew up. Alright, coming in, trying to target it down. Okay, does manage to get that. Good dodge on the other disruptor shot. Has his siege tanks in position right now. Those siege tanks coming in hot and ready to shoot right on top of all those disruptors. Not the greatest connections. TY is losing a boatload of stuff here at his own base right now as well, so he needs to do damage. Already losing 30 workers right now. Looks like he'll... No, still not quite yet going to be able to remedy that situation. And his Bioforce is actually very far removed from the first initial siege tanks there at the front. So it's a little bit tricky here, but it looks like he will be able to push on through. And ultimately, yes, he took a lot of damage at the back, but if he manages to win this convincingly enough, he should be able to just push and start snowballing through here, right? At least you would say, oh, there's one Zealot there on the siege tanks. Oh my god, massive disruptor shot. That one Zealot, what a hero as well. Look at him go. Being able to take... Oh, no, well, never mind. Okay, I thought he was going to get both of those siege tanks. Oh, there is still one remaining. There's, well, a very awkward situation now for TY here. He will be sending more stuff across the map. That pylon is still there as well, though, but most of the warp-ins now for Hurricane being utilized at home. Trying to stop this little enclave of Terran units right there. Come on, needs to keep on pushing. Needs to get rid of this Nexus to really to kind of equalize out the overall income right here. The DTs jump right on top of that siege tank line and absolutely tear it apart. I think this may be it, guys. I think TY may have taken a bit too much damage and wasn't quite able to dish out a comparable blow to the Protoss economy right here. He's still mining on the 3 bases, right? He is still pretty well saturated. Although, you know what? He's running dry in resources on these other 2 bases. So, it's going to get close here. The army supply is still pretty close together too. I guess he did kill off this base, but this base is just so much more healthy right now. TY 53 versus 75. Overall workers. He might be okay. Of course, he can fly over one of those older command centers as well. You know what? Yeah. It might be a little bit of a worry here from me when the next attack comes in for Hurricane. As long as that doesn't do all too well, we should be able to have a good situation here for TY. It's not that far behind, actually, as I initially kind of thought it would be. Seeing how this series is going, but he's hanging in there. He's making great moves. Overall, his macro behind this really on point. He has stopped making SCVs because he is already oversaturated a little bit here. Just mainly focusing on getting an army out right now. Cannot afford to lose more of those SCVs. Okay, there we go. Restarting the SCV production. Usually we see TY do this non-stop, so up to the 100s, sometimes even in SCV counts. But we'll have to wait and see if it will ever be able to reach that, as there already is a new army here for Hurricane. Okay, will not try to move across the map. Yeah, TY, I mean, again here, just pretty far ahead on the army supply right in the world. Just as to say that one big warp in just absolutely changes that. 12 zealots being warped in. Okay, big fella. Never mind. And there they are. Gonna do the run by as well as these DTs right there. No cancel on that command center. Only 2 zealots first and foremost. Gonna see what is up over here. Would have liked those sort of zealots to stick a little bit closer, as there is a little bit of an opportunity here. It would appear. The 2 widow mines clean it up for now. Zealots once again spreading out. You know what? Just a couple of zealots in here with these widow mines and the siege tanks on their own could prove quite dangerous as well. Okay, the zealots on the top side immediately surrounding a lot of the infantry. The missile turret survives, so the DT's, well, survives. Survives up until the point where it was no longer needed in this situation right here. And then it burned down very quickly. Lost 8 workers. That is indeed quite rough. He still has a good force here, though. He might be able to just win a fight still and get himself sorted for the rest of this game. But I mean, Hurricane behind this, I'm loving what he's doing. He's grabbing more bases right now. He's just continuously prepping and more harassment tools. Would like to see him be a little bit more active with his main army, perhaps really force TY in positions such as over here, right? Reinforcing this, making these flanks weaker because of it, and then having these big zealot run-bys occurring. TY finally realizing, you know what, I probably need to see if whether or not there is a pylon here. As just continuously I keep getting hit by these zealot run-bys. Alright, here we go. Actually, the full force right now for Hurricane on the left side. TY saw it come in time with the use of that sensor tower. Good disruptor shots there, though. We'll be able to get quite a bit of value. The zealots on the top as well, right? Cleaning up those SCV numbers again here, as TY is just struggling to maintain anything above the 50 SCV supply mark right now. And TY once again seeing the movements of his opponent here with that sensor tower. Very quick on the ball with the overall movement of those siege tanks. Will be able to reposition himself here, ready to take a fight. But those disruptors are slowly melting him apart, though, taking everything bit by bit, tearing it to pieces. And, well, Hurricane doing a great job with all of that. This is getting very, very close right now, honestly. Which is scary, because this game has not gone well for TY whatsoever, right? That's the most terrifying part. Hurricane, don't get me wrong, he's making great moves, but for overall, the couple of things that we did see occurring in this TVP normally, well, at least I'm more used to seeing the Protoss now being a little bit more dominant in their overall setup of this game. We'll be able to just blink right on top of this planetary, though. There we go. These are the moves you need to make to maintain that lead. Zealots into the natural base as well, actually. Not a lot of SCVs there to mine, though. As Hurricane takes 2 more bases as well. As just starting to build pylons there on the top left side of the map. Would like to see him just take Nexuses there as well. Why the hell not? I guess wait until you're maxed out first and foremost. Although I'm not even sure if he wants to be fully maxed out, right? TY may still be able to get something like 1 medevac drop somewhere, and then suddenly he might need another warp in. Or of course a warp in to be ready for those, that's not a good fight. But also, of course, another warp in available to do any type of harassment. TY right now, I mean, he's been on 50 workers, but he hasn't been kicked out of this just quite yet. He lost 55 workers this game, guys. And he's still here with 130 army, make that 120 army supply. Coming across the map right now, posturing his big beefy force of Terran, ready to take a fight. The army of Hurricane here, it seems a little bit flimsy, but that's because most of it over here is where the meatball is of the spaghetti sauce, which is the Protoss army. Oh dear, oh dear. Okay, reasonable splits there. I'm sorry, I always get a little bit clenched together there when I see those disruptors do that thing. TY right now seeing this army of zealots as well moving across the map. There's no planetary fortress here. This could be a scary one. This is a very, well, not a lot of bioforces here ready to take this on. There is still a DT in the natural base as well, as the missile turret there did get destroyed. TY actually moving absolutely everything back right now. Left one siege tank behind. Was that just to buy himself a little bit more time? I wonder. But yeah, he is going to take another fight here on the side of the map, and I'm not quite sure if I'm liking this right now. The reason why it was kind of working out still before this was because he, you know, he wasn't really losing any economy as he was taking fights here on his side of the map, and that was one way for him to win, right? Get a ton of army supply because he doesn't have that much, that much supply in SCVs. So he has more at that moment in time in way, shape, and form of army supply, but I'll have to wait and see. TY once again coming across right now, and let's wait and see if he will be able to get some real damage done this time around. The problem is, even if he does kill like two Nexuses, as long as those probes stay alive, as long as those Nexuses on the left side are alive as well, Hurricane should be completely fine with this, I would say. Oh, losing those siege tanks as well. These are not trades you can afford to make right now as TY. He didn't want to give a free pathway towards his base, of course, to be cut off from his reinforcements, but had to move quite far away with those bioforces. Nice overall concave here from TY. Let's see if it will be enough. Good EMP as well. No siege tanks though, no widow mines, nothing of the sort, so zealots are going to be absolutely tremendous. Those storms are pretty darn massive as well, and I think we're reaching the point of no return right now. In particular, those two siege, you know what, the siege tanks there still being able to take down the Colossi, but yeah, GG is called. Hurricane taking game number 1 right there in, well, a fashion that I was not really expecting myself. I thought Hurricane was maybe going to get a little bit trumped here, but honestly, making quite a showing for himself. To be fair, TY, of course, going for a couple of things which really didn't work out for him. You have to wonder, what if he did something else? What if those things actually did do some damage, right? Those Widow Mines, 13 Widow Mines, 10 worker kills. That's rough. That puts you in a bad position for any later on pushing that you might be doing. So well played there by both those players. TY unfortunately not quite being able to bring it on home, and Hurricane will be the victor, taking an advantage and bringing that advantage to the victory right there. All right, TY Hurricane Everdream, map number 2. Map number 2. Let's see. Let's see what he will be able to get done this time around. I mean, I was asking for TY to do some funky stuff, but this was not what I had in mind, honestly. This is not what I had in mind at all. Remember, guys, we love to have you here. Thank you so much for watching. There's the Mecherino page if you want to help us out. You know what? Otherwise, just tell your friends that we're live. Tell your friends that we're here on Trovo and doing things. That on its own also already helps us out quite a bit. And we would very much appreciate it. I mean, TY versus Hurricane, pretty darn good. Cure versus DRG after this one. And then the winners of those matches are going to be doing a best of 7. So, no matter what really happens, no matter the outcome from either of these, it's going to be pretty darn great, I would say. Pretty darn great. Alright, in the top right side, there he is, that blue Protoss. Fighting for Team LP. He is Hurricane. Representing into the clan community. Bottom left side, Red Terran into the clan as well. He is TY from the Africa Freaks. quick armory builds overall there from Team TY. Definitely an interesting one. Definitely a cool one to see, right? In particular, seeing it from somebody that, you know what, manages to invest this much into offensives that don't really go anywhere. And it still makes it quite a tight series, right? Quite a close game, I should say. Is rather bloody impressive. It makes you wonder if TY was a little bit more like the regular timing basis of the attacks. Maybe that would have been a little bit more helpful, right? Just not overcommit too much, but then again, that would be taken away from the overall strengths of TY. His nature to create and make builds, make them happen, and create new life in StarCraft 2 when it comes to strategies and builds. Nice stuttering towards that probe there. We'll be able to take it down. The probe saw everything he needed, though, of course. I guess he didn't see the second gas, but seeing the timing on everything, you kind of infer kind of the timing on that gas here a little bit. He didn't see the command center either, so that is, oh, I mean the factory. Sorry, he did see the command center. Twilight Council, okay. Looks to be pretty darn standard here for Hurricane. Gonna go open up with the blink, most likely. On a very rare occasion, we do see... Wait a moment, did I really see... Huh. Thought I saw Concussive Shell there for a second. TY doing something that... Well, if he were to do this... I mean, something I've seen... seen Innovation do a little bit as well. Is this something that originated from TY? That would be interesting. Or maybe TY taking a note of Mr. Innovation here. Going for the quicker Marauders. No Concussive Shell though, so I don't know if that was something that he saw, or maybe something he just wasn't quite sure about, whether or not he wanted to invest already into the Concussive Shell. Not getting it here, that is interesting. Is he just going to go for some sort of a Hellion Marauder attack right now? You see this more often versus... Okay, there's the Concussive Shell. Huh. So probably just wanted to get the medevac timing and stuff like this to work out a little bit better. Looks like a build that he doesn't have that much preparation with, right? Something he hasn't quite flushed out. Maybe trying to just make this work. Marauders coming in from the front can provide quite a bit of pressure, of course. And then, you know what? Actually, just gonna drop those Marauders perhaps into the main base. I wonder. I mean, it could both work, right? Getting all the Stalkers and the Adept away from the wall here, and just drive on through with the Hellions, or maybe just drop everything into the main base right now. I would love to see him just drop the infantry here and then send the Hellions towards here, but it's not going to be the case, alright? The medevac does get taken out. The Marauders here, I mean, they pack a punch against those Stalkers, especially with Concussive Shell, but is this worth it? I mean, he's not getting into the main base right now. Trying to just do a little bit of damage, and again, the harassment here for TY just falls a little bit short. Yeah, I would... I guess if he had dropped at the front side, it wouldn't have been as impactful, as there's a shield battery there, of course, so he wouldn't have been able to kill all of those Stalkers. That's a big deal, but I don't know, I feel like if he had managed to get those Hellions into a mineral line, that was really what he was trying to accomplish in my mind. Then it would have been a lot more likely that he would have gotten a lot of economic damage dealt. Instead, what we saw was just a little bit of the reverse of that, right? He dropped the Marauders and the Marine just right on top of Stalkers here, trying to distract Hurricane. Hurricane wasn't having any of it, and just kept his Stalker in the wall. And yeah, didn't lose anything there. I like this opening here for Hurricane as well. Should be able to fit an Archon through there. Okay, Hurricane here sticking to the gateway tech a little bit. Grabbing himself the charge upgrade as well. looking to provide a little bit of pressure with those Stalkers is Hurricane. As TY, you know what, should be fine against this. As Siege Tank's in a pretty good position. Some Widowmine coverage as well. Together with that Raven to chase any observers off and out of town. More barracks on the way as well. TY making 2 more instead of a 3rd base right now. Looks like he will be going for a 2-base timing here. Hurricane, I think he is aware of what's happening. A little bit. TY may want to make this look like he's just trying to get himself a 3rd base. At this moment in time, yeah, chase off the Stalkers and then kind of back off. Of course, there is still an Adept right there. Ooh, gotta be careful. That Raven is very, very precious. As we're seeing a Robotics Bay on the way here for Hurricane. The Colossus and the Disruptors both actually absolutely mortified of seeing a Raven. And that interference matrix, of course, that can be taken place. This is looking like a nice timing here for Hurricane, coming in with these Zealots dropping in right before that missile turret is ready. Doesn't get too much done, but the entire army of TY actually moving back around there for seconds. But I mean, you would say time is ticking here for TY, right? He needs to get something done relatively quickly. He's getting himself the +1 armor upgrade now as well. The +1 regular attack is here. The combat shield stim pack about to finish up. So this seems to be the timing, but it doesn't seem as well flushed out again, right? So I might be wrong on this, but it definitely does feel like TY just trying some stuff out here. Some stuff that is not as well flushed out. Some attempt to get a little bit of practice here, perhaps for one of the GSL champions. I mean, you can afford to be a little bit creative, get a little bit more. Oh my dear lord, look at the surround of those SCVs coming from the right side. Are you kidding me? Where did they come from? Oh my god, they're all dead now, but that was really cool. That was very cool. Jeez Louise, the brains on this fella. If that worked out, that would have been the best thing I've ever seen in StarCraft 2 in a long time, but ultimately, that's just, yeah, I think it just waited too long. Hurricane, I mean, look at the income advantage here, right? I think we can see what's going to happen with that fight, but, I mean, yeah, he just let Hurricane stay on that 3 base for too long, and he was on the 2 bases, but he didn't really hit a clean timing there, where he was able to take the initiative and was able to kind of, you know what, make use of a bigger army supply, which he did have at some point, right? I'm pretty sure. It kind of stuck around the same ballpark, but yeah, it was just too late. Not right there, not in time. Anyway, 2 games right now in favor for Hurricane. TY on the line here. Was I just completely wrong? I really thought TY was gonna be able to take this one a little bit more convincingly, but so far, I mean, trying some sort of new pressures that we don't see all that often, and not quite being able to make it work just quite yet. But maybe later on we're going to be able to see TY, you know what, in some other games, right, with similar builds as this, and then maybe they're going to be a little bit more refined when we'll be able to see him take some real games right there. Those SCVs coming in from the right side, that was nuts though. That was that was really cool to see. Hoping to see that, you know what, work out the next time I see something like that. Just a full straight up surround with those SCVs. That was like some Warcraft 3 surrounding stuff right there. Very cool, very cool. Anyway, TY and Hurricane, game number 3 is going to be on Ice and Chrome. It's the biggest map in the map pool right now. I'm pretty sure they should favor TY overall if he does try to go for a little bit more of a standard game. If he goes again for the harassment kind of style, right, that might get tricky here, as he doesn't quite have the short distances as he had in those other maps. They are pretty large maps as well, but even more so on this one, of course. We'll have to wait and see. I mean, yeah, Eternal Empire and Dream... What's the... Oh, Everdream. Also, pretty large maps, but still. Alright, anyway. This man on an absolute tear right now. Wasn't quite expecting it, but he's giving us one hell of a showdown. He's the red Protoss from Team LP. He is Hurricane. Bottom left side, our blue Terran, a GSL champion. He is none other than Afrika Freaks, TY. Okay, this is a single SCV right now, yeah, across the map. Could be just for a single barracks, could be, you know what, now we're gonna see a factory as well, being thrown down on that side. Probe for Hurricane here, unfortunately going the wrong way. Well, he's going the right way towards the base of TY, but if he wanted to see this barracks, he obviously would have had to go the other direction. Alright, yep. Something's not right here. There is 2 gases as well being taken. It's not the craziest thing to do with a Rex across the map here, but yeah, we have to wait and see. Okay, the SCV actually moving out of the location right now. The probe will be able to see that there is just a single barracks here. It doesn't invest that much time into scouting out if there is or isn't a second barracks, but you know what? Overall, gets a zealot very early on. That is already a little bit of a victory here for TY, right? Getting that investment. But yeah, Hurricane not slowing down too much here with this Nexus overall either. We'll be getting that one even before, I believe, the gas guys are there. Okay, Reaper in the main base. Might still be able to get a couple of picks here, right? The most successful harassment we've seen so far was with a regular Reaper. Getting 2 worker kills before in the first game. And trying to just whittle down the Zealot right now. Doesn't want to lose the Reaper. Don't blame him. Very important unit overall to have around still in the later parts of the game. Want to get yourself that scout of see what kind of technology is going down for the Protoss. Only now that command center, of course, gonna get started. Definitely quite a little bit delayed as well, due to not just a proxy barracks, but also the double gas here. Same with the double gas mostly, right? I mean, having your barracks across the map like that, the only real delay is that, of course, there's an SCV that's not mining for a long time. It's making a lot of Reapers with this, though. Let's take a look. Already 3 Reapers on the map, 4 of them going to be in the total number here, I would assume, right? To make more Reapers at that after this moment, it's got to be a little bit questionable. I have seen people do it though, but those were not GSL Code S champions. Okay, is he doing more Reapers? Now I want him to do more Reapers. I'm hoping there's... I mean, he has the waypoints on the Reapers. Okay, no, he's going to lift up. There we go. Yeah, Heinz here now as well. I mean, he could attempt to go into the main base, of course, but it will be very likely that it's just going to lose all those Reapers. Is that the worst thing to happen? I don't think it is, because the Reapers are going to lose their value very quickly here in the overall game. But ultimately, it looks like he just wants to wait a little bit longer. 4 Hellions will be able to one-shot probes rather handedly, of course. Alright, trying to lure this into the main base. Oracle is there, though, ready to just shoot them down immediately. And 2 of those Reapers oh, get shut down so hard I'll have to run across the map again here. Heinz now in the medevac again, getting spotted. That's That's a little bit of a blunder, I have to say, from TY. He knew that Oracle was chasing the Reapers, and still, he flew that medevac over the Oracle. That is not something that is supposed to happen here. But maybe he's going to be able to lure the... Okay, that is pretty cool. Nifty. There is a second mine there as well. It's going to be able to lure that one through as well. No, okay. I don't know if that wasn't done on purpose. Maybe it was. TY playing a very scrappy game right now. But still making the best of the situation here. I have to wonder, right? Was that on purpose? Was that on purpose? Did he fly his medevac into the Oracle on purpose to make it chase him, or? Very interesting. I mean, he is smart enough to do something like this, right? Oh, that medevac, yeah. Not quite paying enough attention there. Double Void Ray, shoot it down very, very quickly. And, I mean, you know what? It's cool that he got that Oracle, but ultimately, he's lost 4 Hellions, he lost 2 Reapers, and a medevac as well. What's happening? I think TY experiencing some lag issues here, perhaps latency, something, I don't know. Exactly.
Game resumed.
Alright, we're continuing. Hopefully gonna be alright. We're having 3 Void Rays right here now. Not used to seeing 3 Void Rays, but I mean, that's gonna shoot down any type of drop that is going to be attempted here by TY. We haven't really seen... I want to say we haven't really seen that many drop plays, but from after the initial ones. Then again, the initial ones in game number 1 were like lasting for 20 minutes almost, so that would be a lie. That statement would be a lie. Storm and High Templar now getting constructed here for Hurricane. He's really setting up well for the later parts of this game. STY, you know what, it's kind of scrambling again here, right? Already was late with that second command center a little bit. And now it looks like he's just going to go for the very similar thing that we saw in game number 2 here. And I'm just hoping he will make a timing work before it actually all goes downhill. Which already is looking very likely that it will, because looking at the income advantage right now, and also, of course, Storm already being a thing. Even if TY pulls all the boys, that Storm is going to absolutely tear this apart. It's making me very, very worried here for TY. It feels like he's just wanting to end this quickly. But it looks like he may just be ending his own life in this situation here. Moving across the map, TY. Wait and see. Okay, well, I mean, no SCVs being pulled. Don't worry about it. The SCVs will see some combat though, with those zealots marching across. Are we gonna see interference matrix on the High Templar? That would be pretty cool, but I highly doubt it. A very difficult situation. There's the zealots right now. The Widow Mines. Oh boy, watch out for the SCVs. One more Widow Mine up there, of course, remaining. Ouch. Hey, oh, ouch. Okay, there are the siege tanks in a pretty good position. The Storm doing alright as well. The Rogue's getting destroyed there, but TY actually getting some pretty good Widow Mine shots there, and he moves backwards. Gonna try to wait for the rest of his reinforcements. Maybe enter from a different side. He did lose that the siege tanks there, so I think the siege tanks are really the main source that were supposedly to deal with the High Templar. Now, All that he has left is just kind of trying to avoid them. Talking about voiding. Void Rays are still there. They do not intercept this drop right now. The Widow Mines, okay, do manage to get burrowed into the ground. The High Templar Archives will get shut down, so no more Templars for a while here. TY getting himself in between the mineral patches. Needs to watch out for the storm, though, of course, still. And then at the same time needs to be careful for those Void Rays as well. Dropping behind another base as he's coming in with another attack here through the front door. It's probably the best kind of overall engagement that you could hope for in this situation, I would say. The best attempt at getting this engagement going into his favor, but still, though, it feels rather like a desperate move from a Coordinate Animal that isn't quite sure where to go anymore. Widowmine's not getting good connections there either, and yeah, I mean, at least like, he gets the Observer. Does he even have an armory right now? He doesn't, so even that doesn't really give him that much of an advantage right now. Yes, Hurricane is just moving across the map. I think Hurricane is going to be able to 3-0 TY here, and just provide a massive upset, honestly, in my mind's eye. TY coming in still with more units out towards that natural base. Storm is going to be absolutely massive here, though, against those SCVs. The Zealots are there as well to clean it up afterwards. They are all going to go down. Storm as well now on this side of the map. Feedbacking the Medivacs. GG. TY getting bullied. Getting absolutely bullied right there. Incapable to really make anything go into his favor. And being made look ridiculous like Hurricane in that sense. Very, very unfortunate. TY not having the best of days. We'll have to hope that, you know, he'll have a better performance in the GSL later on. Maybe he's just still trying out a couple of things, checking to see what he can bring and what he can't bring in that situation. But yeah, definitely a weird one. Honestly, those two base timing attacks definitely felt off in the way, shape, and form of just overall timing-wise, right? Normally, you would go out on the map a little bit quicker to avoid the Protoss running away with the economic advantage, because every single time he was starting to move across the map, Hurricane just had so much stuff because he did have that third base already rolling up for such a long time. And yeah, TY gets slapped down. Very interesting. See if I have something to drink. Just put that here. All right, we're gonna do the we're gonna do a little bit of a vetoing, of course, for DRG and Cure. Both those players a little bit less experimental, I would say. Maybe DRG a bit more rather than Cure, but Cure, we know he always takes all of these online cups, well, to the extreme amount of serious. We're going to be able to wait and see. TY on an 8-game losing streak, really? 8 game? Where else was he losing games right now? Because that was another 3 games that just didn't go his way. Anyway, they're doing the vetoes, guys. I'm going to put you in a little bit of a commercial screen, and we'll be right back with more StarCraft 2. Don't go anywhere. Tell your friends. Check out the Maturino. Yada yada. Be right back.
You can visit the Maturino page for our event and contribute in many different ways. 1. Free coupon. Click Contribute, enter the specified coupon code to contribute a predetermined amount of money to the prize pool. 2. Free sponsor quests. On the right side of the screen are various actions supported by sponsors, including retweets, Twitter follows, surveys, among other things. Click into these boxes to complete the action and add the attached prize contribution to the pool free of charge. 3. Marketplace. Products are available in our marketplace, which also contribute to the fundraising pool. Be sure to check out the variety of apparel and collectibles, as well as other unique items. 4. Donate. Clicking on the Contribute button, you're able to add funds to your Maturino wallet and then directly contribute them to the fundraiser page. Thanks for supporting your event with Maturino.
All right, what's up, guys? Welcome back. 5 of them into the ITaX and 2 in GSL. That's not great, is it? That's not great at all. Let me go check his Liquipedia as well, actually. Hurricane, Super Series. So yeah, actually, looking at his overall recent matches, he lost 2-3 versus Est. He lost 1-5 versus Rogue. He lost 2-3 versus Sue. He lost 2-3 versus Armani. 0-2 versus Armani. And now he lost 0-3 versus Hurricane as well. This is it's looking rough. Looking very, very rough. He's not having a good time, guys, TY. Wondering what that is. Well, he is one of those players, right, that does have his ups and downs. He's not really like, let's say, innovation or something like that. Somebody like that, really continuously just raking in wins everywhere, left, right, and center. He's a bit more of a champion, though, of course. I don't know what the real difference is there. Maybe innovation a little bit more easily to prepare for. Innovation, an absolute beast with preparing himself. But, yeah. It's a bit of a shame seeing TY go down that much at this moment in time, but was not expecting him to be in such a state. That first game, though, still, I mean, he made it look extremely close considering the overall disadvantage he kind of put himself with, right? Oh well, we'll have to wait and see. Apparently, we have a little bit of a 5-minute break here. The Korean commentators asking for this, and we'll be right back. I'm gonna show you guys another one of these a little bit of intermission screens. All right. One moment, please. See you in a little bit.
You are kidding me. You are kidding me. This is crazy. This is about to get really wild here. Okay, the Dark Shrine is done. Where are those DT Warpins going to happen? He's got the gas. 3 DTs coming in on the top side here. 3 DTs is more than enough. The moment these DTs strike, I mean, he's got to know. Yeah, I mean, this is an all-in scenario for a laser. He will lose every single queen here on the backside. All of these transfuses just getting burnt. Okay, so Estrella's low, but he's not out of this just yet. Again, there's nothing to stop these DTs. The lair is only 50 or 75% done. He's able to.
Probably not, as this attack is knocking at the front door. He's gonna go ahead and drop here. Oh, is he in position, parting? Oh, just barely not in position.
Those Marines have stim. Come on, Inno. Oh my god, did you see that Widowmine connection?
Oh man,
Oh my god! Oh my god. 14 probes killed by 1 Widowmine. Oh my god. This is so disgusting.
A little bit scary right now. Not gonna lie. Alright, let's see. Into the main base we go. Oh, those are sentries in that war prism. Those are sentries in that war prism, boys. That is a great force field right there. And that could be even more so the end of Kure. He needs to either elevate or everything into the main base. There's a second sentry. Oh, my dear Lord. Kure, you are being tormented here by the evil red Protoss called Patience. And there just doesn't seem to be any escape for you whatsoever, no matter how much you try. 13 more SCVs go down, and Patience making this look like he is playing against somebody from an entirely different league right now. Kure coming in, but there you go, GG being called. What are we watching? Alright guys, what's up? Looks like the break is over. We're looking into getting this started right now. DRG and Cure both itching to go, ready to show us some absolutely lovely StarCraft 2. I'm convinced about these two guys. Every time we have them in these cups, they always deliver. They always bring their A game. And you know what? I'm just looking forward to seeing these two clash again, because Cure and DRG, they are two of my most favorite players. Cure mostly because overall, if you try to learn Terran, you know, great player to kind of look at, right? One of those players that very consistent with his builds, very standard, straight up builds that work in most situations. They're not very fancy, not a lot of mind games. It's just straight up clean, good play. DRG, a little bit of the same. But then for the Zerg, right? So if you want to be, and you know what, he has this enormous mythos behind him as well, almost, right? Being a man from ancient pasts, almost. It feels like one of those returning heroes from ancient Greek or something, from those old tales. But then, it's the StarCraft 2 scene, right? DRG just suddenly coming from the woodworks, and just, you know, in Hercules dressing clothing, and yeah, going in to wreck up the neighborhood once more and fighting against the new kids on the block. Let's see if he will be able to take down Cure here, or if this blue Terran in the bottom left side from the Dragon Phoenix Gamers, Cure will be able to assert his dominance right now in that top right side, using the you know, a little bit disturbing looking hatchery right there, but anyway, we'll make it work. We'll deal with it. It's the red Zerg from Afrika Freaks. He is DRG. Would have been pretty cool as well to get both of the Afrika Freaks right in the finals right now, but you know what? Now we have Hurricane. We're guaranteed not to have a mirror matchup, so that in fact is a good thing, of course, as well as Sushi mentions. And you know what? It might be interesting to see Cure go up against Hurricane in this situation, because we'll have the opportunity to see the difference in overall setup, right? We'll have... Where is this drone going? Is he just scouting for proxies right now? I think he is. Alright, yeah, just looking for proxies. DRG. Who else did we see do this a lot more often recently? I think it was Rogue, right? Rogue also actually partaking in a lot more of the drone scouting. It seems to have become a common occurrence to just send one drone out to look for those proxied barracks. Something we'll likely see a lot more often in the future here. As Rogue and, you know, if Rogue and DRG are doing it, you're pretty sure that it must be worth it, right? They don't just do something nilly-willy. They know their stuff. They know what they're doing. And they won't do something just because they kind of fancy it at the moment in time. They put a lot of thought into all of this, and, you know what? If you see Rogue and DRG do something, you better start doing it yourself as well. Of course, it does provide a lot of extra safety overall against any proxy wrecks. You know what? Normally you might just lose straight up because you didn't get to scout it. Your overlords weren't in the right position, and this just overall either will delay the proxy wrecks by an enormous amount because it has to be put so far away, or you just get the scouts and just get the victory that way, right? So there's probably quite a large percentage of Zerg games that do get lost just because they weren't incapable of seeing the proxy racks in time, and then immediately just kind of losing ground very quickly. A bunker gets up, and then usually it's already so far behind that it's just not a clean position anymore to fight from. Reaper Man doing the Reaper thing. Looking to dunk with the Queen here into the basket. There were to be a basket. Ooh, doesn't quite get that tumor. Oh boy, that got a little bit close here. Let's take a look at the base of Cure. So there is some interesting stuff here. He went for the straight up 1-1-1, but got himself a very quick command center here. I believe that started in front of the starport, if I'm not mistaken. So really committing here for the economy. Going hefty on that one. DRG here should be, you know, as long as he kind of figures this out, should be able to drone up quite mad-like. Just spam that D button down. Overlord speed is on the way, so you would imagine this getting scouted relatively soon. It's going to be able to see the Banshee attack as well, and that's just an even better thing, right? Because then you know, alright, if I just make a couple of spores, I keep enough queens, right? A healthy amount of queens. I should be able to deal with anything. And I can't just go up to the crazy amount of drones that I would like to have right now. At this moment in time. And yeah, this is just an interesting start for both of these players, right? Really gonna ramp it up for the later parts of this game here, economy-wise. Neither of these looking to finish anything off quickly. Those Stallions, though, of course, and the Banshees, they might still be able to do quite a bit here, because a couple of times already in the past I've mentioned, alright, well, the Banshees, they've been spotted for such a long time now. They shouldn't do anything anymore, right? And then just Cure comes in with an absolute vengeance and just shuts down everything. Everything drone-wise in between these bases. He just finds those corners. He finds those little slides where he can get himself in between and shoot down enough drones to make it seem like there's just no Spore Crawler or Queens at all. Even though there are, it just doesn't feel like there are any. Looks like he is not going to do that thing right now. Okay, there we go. Going in with the double Banshee here. Oh, there we go. Let's get a full scope of this. Yeah, already there. One drone. No, it's not gonna get that one. Look at this. The overall positioning for Q. There's 2 Spore Crawlers there, guys. There's actually 3 Spore Crawlers here. All of them looking to just barely not be able to shoot down the Banshees right now, but still 6 workers just like that, scooting around that Spore Crawler range like, I don't know, it's like he can see the lines right now. It's almost the scene from the Matrix, dodging bullets in a sense. Oh my dear lord, this is what I mean. Are you kidding me? There's 3 Spore Crawlers here, there's 5 Queens, and he gets 12 worker kills. 12! Cure is just mental, absolutely mental with these Banshees. I don't know how he does it, but hey, well, there you go. Being able to just shut down that economy for DRG rather heavily. And I'm not even sure what else you're supposed to do. How many Spore Crawlers in a base does the man need to stop these Banshees from Cure? It seems like you need at least 3. Which, you know, everybody always says, no, just get 1, man. Just 1 is enough. If you need to show those people this game right here. Okay, thanks to the good vision of those overlords, we'll be able to shut down a drop here. DRG does. And has those links in a good position. The Banshees are still lurking about in the top right as well. So these Queens actually, right? Well, at least one of the Queens still just gonna have to be preoccupied here. Not gonna be allowed to spread the creep like outside with all the other Queens. As the Cure is just looking pretty done. Impeccable right now, I have to say. Let's take a look at that income advantage right there. You would definitely a big dip as those Banshees made a play right there. Where did the Banshees go, in fact, actually? Okay, looks like they did finally die. Queen, Spore Crawler. What killed them? Okay, this one Queen killed 2 Banshees, it looks like. We're having ourselves a Muta Ling Baneling composition as well. I haven't mentioned it just quite yet, but that is what we're seeing here for DRG. The true nature of this man, of course, is the Ling Baneling Mutalisk play. He fell out of fashion for a long time, and then he came back and he's like, you know what, these builds from way back when I used to be a part of this scene, they still work. I can still make it work. No problem, guys. Pretty reasonable connections there with the Banelings. Might need a couple more. There's only 7 in production right now. How many links in total do we have? 27. 27. Alright, you know what? I think it's an okay moment there for DRG. Should be able to remedy this situation, right? Unless if a massive amount of reinforcement shows up. Which is kind of starting to be the thing. Ultimately, though, like, there's so much creep spread right now. Oh, DRG also getting a Ling run by going here. Oh, those Banelings, what are they doing? With the Queens a little bit alone there, getting a bit of fool of themselves, trying to do the impossible right there. DRG not going to be able to run past this this wall of supply depots. Man, Curious just making a Bermuda Triangle of supply depots right now. No Ling will enter these places. As Curious also trying to just set up one hell of a offensive spot here on the side of DRG's map. On the map side of DRG's. Overlord goes down. The Queen's trying to tank the siege tank shots here, most and foremost. Doing an okay job so far, but yeah, this is just too much stuff right now. DRG not having the Banelings that he needs to clean this up right now. He's trying his best, but GG is God's cure. I mean, that overall macro of this man. Once again, carrying him through to victory. Very clean overall setup with those work. Well,
click contribute,
the siege tanks and the marines. Great placement of those supply depots as well. The SimCity of Kure looking pretty darn tasty. Being able to take a very convincing victory there. One, you know what, that may have something to do with, you know what, 2 Banshees getting 12 worker kills, even though there's 5 Queens and 3 Spore Crawlers there. I don't know how he does it, but he does it, and hats off to him. Congratulations that he's always been capable of just being able to do that kind of stuff. When, you know what, you see other people going in with 6 Banshees versus 2 Queens and 2 Spore Crawlers and not even getting half the amount of worker kills. It's nuts. It's nuts. It's a very fine line as well, right? It's just a couple of shots not being taken on those Banshees by the Spore Crawlers, right? Really dancing around the outer edge of the Spore Crawler range. Just so incredibly well committed to memory that he's capable of just scoot around and do that much damage in situations where he has no business of doing that much damage. Very, very well played by Cure. And, yeah, staying on top of his macro as well behind it. Also, you know what, no small feat being able to shut that down very quickly. And move across the map with everything he has. Whoa, dear Lord, DRG was a Terran. That's not a good thing. He doesn't play Terran, guys. That's that's the problem there. By the way, thank you all for watching, guys. Much appreciate your company right here. We hope you will let your friends know, of course, as well, that we are going strong here still with the StarCraft 2 on Trovo. Some people have a little bit of difficulty finding us now and again. But yeah, we would very much appreciate it. Let your people know, and we're still going on. DRG versus Cure afterwards. The winner of this one, best of 7 with Hurricane in the works. You know what? Looks like Cure. He's pretty down on fire again here. What else can you expect from Cure? DRG though. I mean, if there is a Zerg that is capable of taking down Cure, I think DRG definitely in the overall runnings for this one. Is he going to be able to take him down in a best of 5? It's a rough one. It's a rough one. But I think he has a pretty solid shot here. We'll have to wait and see. We'll have to wait and see. Guys, we're going into game number 2. The map is a quite a little bit Terran favored, I would say, right? Small map, not that many bases. So this blue Terran man right here in the top left side must be feeling pretty good about this one. It's the Dragon Phoenix Gamer. He is Cure. At bottom right side, we have ourselves a red Zerg player fighting for the Afrika Freaks. He is a DRG. Dong Ray Gu. Remember when we used to call him Dong Ray Gu instead of DRG? And then it just slowly evolved into us just calling him DRG. I'm pretty sure that's the case, right? I'm pretty sure we used to call him Dong Ray Gu. I wonder where it originated from. Alright. Second base for DRG now on the way after, of course, the spawning pool and the extractor here already having been placed. As Cure didn't quite yet go for the SCV Scout. Could be problematic. We'll do it now though, of course, so it's going to find out eventually here that there are Zerglings on the way. It's going to have to keep his Reaper at home. That's the biggest thing here. Link speed will be very quick as well, though, with this build setup. And we'll have to wait and see how much DRG is going to invest overall in the Zergling tack right now. Looks like he is just going to go more so into the drones at this moment in time, not making anything else. That second hatchery, of course, a little bit delayed overall. And the 4 links only now moving across the map here. Kind of waiting anxiously for that link speed to be completed before they can really commit to the terrain of the Terran. I like how he was dancing around this cliff as well, seeing the Reaper movement here with the Overlord. That was pretty cool. That was pretty cool. Alright, link speed 10 seconds right now. Gonna go in for the scouts here, I would assume. Maybe get 1 or 2 little SCVs as well that are running on by. Okay, no, never mind. I mean, the Reaper there was a little bit exposed. I'm pretty sure you can't jump up here with the Reaper, but then again, with the Marines on the top side as well, you don't really want to risk it. I'm pretty sure you would lose the Zerglings right there. It just sets them up back at home here. All right, a little bit of a different thing here from Cure, going for the Liberator strategy. There's there was a reasonable amount of dead space here at the bottom side. This corner over here, I don't think you can go all the way over here, but still pretty reasonable. Yeah, it's like right over here, I think you can go maximally. It's a rough one. It's a rough one. You can kind of see the line here, right? Anyway, yeah, could do quite a bit of damage. Could do quite a bit of damage, especially in cohesion with those Hellions also being a part of this attacking force of the harassment unit, the harassment task force. Spore crawlers going up on the bases right now of DRG. I don't think they will be completely ready. Actually, it's getting kind of close. Yeah, they will be ready, or as good as ready anyway. Not too much of a problem. There's Cure right now coming in on the bottom side, and at the top side with those Hellions, the distraction force with the Hellions here. And there we go, 4 workers just like that getting shot down. I know it's not the work of 2 Banshees, but you know what? Still honorable work. Honorable work there by this Liberator. Might even be able to get this Queen, of course. Great overall. Look at the micro on this man. Being able to move back and forth with this Liberator. The Queen waiting, though. And setting it up in Liberator Siege mode right there. If you do have to it right now, then you won't be using it to kill on your own Liberator. Alright, just a little bit of creep denial overall, not the biggest of deals. DRG ready to spread that creep once again. Of course, every time you have to re-spread the creep does mean that you're not getting one step further with the creep, right? Even though DRG was really on time with this one, so not really losing too much. Which is important overall because, of course, as we know, Cure likes to do those pushes. As we mentioned before, he's a very straight-up player. It's a little bit predictable, but it is incredibly difficult to deal with nonetheless. He will be coming out pretty soon, I would say, with a big ball of Marines right here and some siege tanks. Really seeing the Marine production kick off right now. And then he's going to be hitting wherever he managed to get as much creep denied as possible. This place over here, actually... looking pretty tasty to start pushing later on as well. Coming in here, might even be able to get the denial here. Pretty sure he will get to denial on this base actually. Bailing speed not quite yet ready. So that is the main deal right there. Gonna be able to force the cancel. There is a Ling run by as well, killing off 6 SCVs, but overall, I mean, I'm still liking Cure's position here. Overall, quite a bit. Oh, those Banelings just barely not quite getting the massive connections that you would like to see, but alright, a trade there. Very ambitious with these Zerglings and the Banelings right there. Taking bad trades now, of course, does make it a lot more difficult to eventually hold off against the siege tank pushes. So that has me a bit anxious here for DRG. In particular, because we don't have that much creep spread going towards the top side of this map, meaning that that is most likely going to be the place where Cure wants to be pushing, trying to clean up some creep over here as well. It's not that much either on that bottom side, so might be able to make use of those situations right there. DRG on only 67 workers as well. He didn't lose that many, right? He only lost 6, the same amount as Cure, but he's just not going for the big influx of the drones immediately right off the bat, which might come to hurt him later on. We'll be able to get some damage done here. The missile turret not quite completed, does get shot down. Of course, you can't repair that which is not even built yet, so does have to move out though because of the Marines. The Marines continuously just being at the right spot at the right time. Cure making it look absolutely ridiculously easy as well, which is rather frustrating as somebody that, if anybody else has ever tried to fend off Mutalisk with Marines just running around, you know the trouble that it gives, right? You need to really be on top of your spreading, you need to be on top of the movement of those medevacts, all that stuff makes it incredibly difficult to deal with without slowly just being whittled down. But you know what, Cure making it just look absolutely ridiculously easy. Okay, Cure coming in here with a attack straight through the middle. The one place where I really was not expecting him to start pushing into. I guess this is still the easiest place for him to move backwards if he needs to. Queen's looking to spread that creep still. A lot of creep to miss, but not that much reach there on that top side. Of course, that base looking a little bit exposed. Prime real estate, very quick up for the grabs there for Cure, if he does so desire. Couple of Banelings here for DRG. Might be able to get a couple of picks off there in the worker line. And there is Cure, alright, going into the location that we thought about before, right? Seeing the Hellions here come in with the Marines cleaning up a lot of the creep. Now starting to slowly make his way towards this ramp area to get full utilization of this spot right now. Very difficult as well for DRG to get a full surround going here. The Baneling counterattack also getting thwarted rather heavily. Okay, more creep here getting the knight. This is very important, of course. DRG is gonna want to try to get some sort of a... Ooh, that's scary. He's gonna want to try to get some sort of a multi-pronged attack coming up here as the defense. Oh, those siege tank shots are absolutely enormous right now. But yeah, coming from the backside is incredibly difficult if there's just no creep spread anywhere near in that vicinity. Those banelings, look at the melt. The micro on this man is absolutely insanity. Knowing exactly when he has to pull back, exactly when he can just sit there and shoot down that, but never mind. Okay, he just took a bunch of damage. That was... Oh man, Kjør, just as I'm praising you for knowing exactly when you can and cannot fight, you overextend a little bit. Wait, if he had waited for the reinforcements here, that would have been a different story. But instead, you know what? DRG holds on in this moment in time. And that's a very big deal indeed. Being able to push the Terran all the way back to their own base gives him a lot of time to remake a lot of these banelings. The creep spread here is, it's still a little bit there, right? He can have a couple of banelings over here, more banelings over here. Come in from two sides that way. Of course, that will allow Kjør to still move his way back up to the ramp, though. And Kjør actually deciding to go for a fourth base instead of anything else. Doesn't want to be hemorrhaged on the 3-base economy, as DRG is still taking more and more of the bases across the map here. Kjør attempting to expand towards DRG, which is an important thing here, of course. It's an important thing to note. Okay, that siege tank very quickly getting destroyed right there. Kjør again, not quite having the numbers now to shoot down the banelings in time, and there's a lot of damage right now being taken. More banelings as well on the left side coming in. DRG really doing a number on the economy of Kjør in this way. Being able to take out that fourth base. Once again, Kjør on the 3 base. It does still have enough units overall to mine as optimally as possible here off of the 3 base, but as we're seeing, it's only because there's not that much remaining in these bases. May want to consider flying over one of those command centers to another location here. And yeah, alright, so Kjør attempting to do a little bit of a harassment style now instead. Sending 2 Liberators on the top side. And coming in with a drop on the bottom side here. DRG looks like he is ready for it though. Looking around for any drop play on both sides. He wants to be ready. Overseers in the middle as well. DRG needs to be careful. Okay, sends the SCVs into the 3rd base right now. Thought he might try to go in from the bottom side then as well. Why is this not landing? That's actually quite a big mistake not having that land right away. That's a lot of missed mineral income right there for Kjør. 2 missile turrets do get taken out. The Mutalisk might be a little bit stuck here now though between the 2 packs of Marines, but the Marines on the bottom side not quite being able to get themselves into the right location. As DRG is just running away with this game right now. Adrenal Glands, +3/+3 as well on the way. Wouldn't be surprised to see the Ultralisk Cavern pretty soon as well. Getting thrown down. Oh my dear lord. Okay, another attempt at destroying the Zerg right now. Not quite panning out the right way. Zerglings here getting a full surround onto that Thor. The Thor getting targeted down as well by the Mutalisk. But you know what, actually? All the banelings did get absolutely destroyed in that fight right there. And now suddenly Kure will have an army to actually impose on the mining here that's taking place for DRG. DRG really overextending there. Maybe thought he would be able to take it, but still a bit more of a military force there remaining for Kure than he had anticipated. All the drones do get picked off, but you know what? He may still be able to clean this up, of course. The Mutalisks need to get on top of those medevacs. Do not allow this stuff to just zoom away, scoot on out of there. That's exactly what he does. Just, you know, a very scrappy fight overall, but it looks like he will be able to shut this down. And how many Mutalisks does he have left? It's only 12 right now. How many died so far? 18, 361 Zerglings, and 115 Banelings. That is that's pretty nuts. We'll have to wait and see here what else is going to be happening for Mr. DRG in his favor. 72 workers, of course, versus 48. Income advantage has been in DRG's favor for a while now, but overall it looks like he's not trading out efficiently here. Overall, is it efficient enough though? That's the real question, of course. DRG patrolling the side lanes of the map right now. Doesn't want to lose more stuff or nothing. And even though he was there already, still losing a couple of workers in that location right there. He does have his Ultralisk right now on the way. Already 2 on the field. 1 more getting produced. Oof. Yeah, the lag right there, guys. I'm sorry about that. It's just a thing that happens sometimes with the connecting to the Korean servers from Europe. Really out of my control. The players, though, are not having any experience of it. They are not troubled by this, fortunately enough. Just some target practice for the Marauders there. Just checking to see if those rockets still can shoot out of their arm. Mutalisk not quite finding a good opportunity. But maybe over here with coming from multiple sides, the Mutalisk just getting one of the Widow Mines. DRG again moves backwards. He's struggling. He wants to finish off Kure, but he's not finding the opportunity to do so. He needs to be extremely careful here. The army of Kure is still absolutely massive, of course. One misstep here for DRG, and it could still all end very quickly. Okay, does look like he will be finally able to get a bit of damage done here. Very nice overall movement from DRG. Oh my god, those Widow Mines. Are you kidding me? Absolutely tearing apart the Baneling nest there. Well, not the Baneling nest, but just the nest of Banelings that were trying to roll in there. One single Ultralisk remains. It's based on the bottom. I mean, a couple of SCVs went down, but only 5 of them. And that base itself still safely up in the sky right now. DRG, he is struggling to find new bases to expand to. So he's grabbing the bases very, very close to Kure's home turf right now. And he needs to find good trades here. He needs to be able to shut this base down. If he does manage to shut this base down, that's going to be GG. If he doesn't, and he still makes the attempt to do so, I'm pretty sure Kure will be taking this game right here. Because, you know what, if he doesn't shut down his base and he tries to, it's a short, very short walk for Kure across the prairie here towards that other hatchery. To what is DRG doing? Going down the ramp here. Is he crazy? It looks like he might be, but you know what? It's working out all right. It actually works out absolutely marvelously. More units coming in from Kyoto, looking to try and intercept this. It's not that much right now. The planetary does go down. And DRG had a good enough trade here that it's not going to be quite possible for Kyoto to move across the map. I don't think DRG is going to have enough to deliver a final blow either, but this is looking pretty juicy. Okay, there he goes. GG will be able to finish him off there. Kyo just sending in a couple too many units after losing that planetary fortress positioning there. Very, very surprised DRG managed to just push on through into that low ground area through that tiny little choke point. I thought one Widow Mine hit and he's going to lose all those banelings. That's going to be it. But DRG, I don't know exactly how, but he shut those Widow Mines down. Didn't take a lot of damage from them and managed to secure a victory right there. Quite handsomely. Very, very cool to see. Again, I mean, the Mutalist, the Ling, and the Baneling style, always a pleasure from DRG. It was on a casual 75 overall actions per minute. So, yeah. I mean, he's doing a lot of stuff there, guys, but he's doing it very well indeed. Oh, man. All right, army value as well. I mean, looking at it here in the graph, I don't know if you guys can see it right there. Kind of an indication, right? Just DRG continuously on top of it, really being able to kind of stay on top of the income advantage as well, right there, the resources collection rate, and that's why he was able to take those trades where he just had so much more than Cure. And shutting him down a couple of times. It felt like it was a couple of overextensions here and there, right? Thinking he was able to just beat Cure backwards, but fortunately for him, not losing too many hatcheries, not losing a devastating amount of drones, and managed to secure a tied up series right there in game number 2. Ice and Chrome going to be the next one, so I think we're going to see another pretty darn cool match right here between these two fellas, as Cure and DRG are moving on through with a tied up series right now. And what more can you ask for in a TVZ series rather than just Lynx, Banelings, Mutalists going up against Marines, Marauders, Widowmines, and Thors, and Medevacs, of course, as well. That is just a joy to behold overall. Alright, anyway. Going up against the monstrosities again here. Let's introduce these players right here in the top right side. A Dragon, a Phoenix, and a Gamer. At heart, he is the one and only Blue Terran. He is Cure. Oh, there we go. In the bottom left side, the red Zerg player from the Afrika Freaks. He is none other than DRG. With the tooted lips of the hatchery right there, steaming, ready to go. The industrial hatchery right there. I wonder what that is. This must be the hatchery breathing, right? Actually, how do you call that when you breathe out and you see a little puff of smoke coming out? It's not condensation, it's the other thing. I don't know. Anyway, I'm pretty sure that this is it, that exact thing. It would have been absolutely awesome if it was like it came out in breathing patterns instead of just continuously coming out here from the top. But hey, maybe that's just me being a little bit nitpicky right now. Probably is. It probably is. Alright. Two titans of esports right here. Two players showing the top of that game right now. In the most difficult of esports in the entire universe, of course. The most competitive 1v1 game that you can get yourself involved with. DRG here. Again, making 4 links. This time around, not of a spawning pool that was built before the hatchery. big carbon footprints on that hatch, that's right. Little poking, as is per usual. Oh, sorry. Weird camera movements. I dropped the camera, it just went down to the ground there. Oh, it's gonna get the creep too, man. There we go. That is ever so important overall. Especially like when you're playing against a player such as Kyo, you're gonna have to get yourself as much creep as possible. There's just no way around it. You need that creep. Otherwise he will just start pushing you from a little crevasse in between the creep sides and just seep more and more units across the map and slowly just absolutely whittle you down. Third base for Cure here. In the works. A grandiose design. Because that's not too important. The EPM, not too important either. Is that the same hotkey? Oh, no, it's not. What is that? Okay, that's that hotkey. I just pressed it on accident. Oh, that's kind of funny. Anyway. Might incorporate that more often. Right, let's just like, alright, what are they doing right now? Actions per minute. Ah, interesting, okay. They're very quick with pressing the buttons, it looks like. Something we saw from Innovation recently was that he actually kept doing a build with Hellions, but then he also incorporated a Raven with the Hellions, and we saw a lot of these creep tombs that normally, you know what, you would have to invest a scan for, and then you're gonna get an okay amount, maybe not all of them. You have to get out again. Maybe you're missing one of the creep tombs on the edge that just only a moment ago got placed down. Right? Stuff like that just became all obsolete. You didn't have to invest scans. You weren't missing any. You knew quite well where you had to go with those aliens, and it was very, very cool to see just a single Raven being utilized in the TVZ matchup. You don't see them too often, but you know what, Innovation making it look rather like a normal thing, you know, like something like, oh yeah, of course you do this. This makes so much sense right now, and this is, oh, of course, this is how you do it, right? That's kind of the feeling I got watching that transpire. Is that the right words? I'm not quite sure. Was that Liberator in the main base? It was. I'm sorry, guys. Liberator getting 3 kills. Queen still attempting to basically get the same creep to Messier up, and yeah. I know DRG is getting a little bit desperate with getting this creep out. I mean, he really has to, but look at this stuff. This is getting ridiculous. This is, how many times are you going to lose these? He needs this Overlord just over here. Just have it over here so you can see these aliens instantly coming back around every time. Oh, come on. Put down another creep to me. Oh, just barely. Oh, man. It's so nasty still, though. There's hardly any creep, and, well, in comes the medevac drop. There are 2 banelings here, actually. This is a surprise. They do get spotted, though, unfortunately. Of course, Kya ruins all the fun that we're having here with watching banelings waddle into mineral lines. Okay, Kya setting it up. Coming in again here on the bottom side. I don't think he's really aiming for creep tombs here. It looks like, oh my god, they're targeting on those banelings. Nutty. Absolutely nutty. I think he only got 2, but it looked like he got more. I don't know. Ooh, a medevac! Okay, one of them does get picked off with fully filled up marine count as well. 9 Mutalisks on the way. Let's just take a little bit of a step backwards here, guys. Let's see where these guys are at right now in the game, right? So, DRG, he's at an alright work account. He's I would like to see it a little bit higher, right? Really go up to the around the 80, 90-ish kind of work account right now, but he's got to be careful, of course, because the Dragon Phoenix Cure, he might start pushing out relatively soon, and he's actually getting himself Drilling Claws here. I would love to see the Drilling Claws waiting for that one until he really starts pushing here, but actually doesn't even bring the Widow Mines with him. Goes for the Widow Mine drop right now on the bottom side, and sends the other Marine drop backwards. Very interesting indeed. DRG attempting to stay safe as well and just be as vigilant as he can be. Lurking around the sides once more with those Mutalisks and the Zerglings, trying to find the other areas where he may be able to intercept something. Alright, the drop of the medevac. Yeah, he is waiting for that Drilling Claw upgrade. He knows that that's going to be so much more powerful, of course, if he does wait just a couple of seconds here. Okay, we'll be able to move out now, I'd say. Quick stim, quick reaction here for Cure. Not taking too much damage, and all while that is happening still. Finding a moment to send this medevac towards the Zerg base. Mutalisk here trying to clean up that watchtower. That means there's not that much here actually, because the Zerglings are on the other side as well. DRG not paying attention whatsoever to what is happening in his base, and oh my dear lord, 9 workers just like that gone from existence. And we're gonna need a moment here to get some sort of an overseer here. Oh, another Widow Mine! Ooh, 3 more kills right there. I believe 3, or was it just 2? We can see it actually. Oh, no, let me click. I was too slow. Anyway, 11 kills in total there for the 4 Widow Mines. The 4 Widow Mine Brigade of Death and Destruction, looking pretty darn solid. As Cure once again moving out here. He's got a still reasonable amount of Widow Mines. This is maybe a reason why I would have preferred if he had kept those Widow Mines around, because you know what, even though he killed off 11 workers, just having 8 Widow Mines with this army instead of 4 feels like it would just be a lot more doable trying to beat the Zerg army here, right? The Zerglings, the Banelings, all that jazz. Alright, in come the Banelings and the Zerglings. You know what, trying to set off those Widow Mines, and that's already half the Widow Mines set off, gone and dealt with. Oh, at the same time, the Mutalisk actually in this 3rd base, doing quite a number on the SCV line. Well, only gets 4, but cleans up the refinery as well. Now, DRG once again kind of stabilized, right? Feeling pretty good. He needs more time to get those upgrades really going, of course. Already has the Ultralisk Cavern on the way, actually, before he has +2/+2 here. Not something you see every day, but that is what he's going for right now. Wondering how that is going to unfold. It's going to be a while, though, before he really catches up in upgrades here with Cure. So Cure... Oh, well, alright, that's unfortunate. Really didn't have to take the losses there from the Banelings, but definitely did take a couple. We'd love to see DRG playing it a little bit more slowly, and he's just moving straight on in through the middle. What is he doing? Alright, well, the army of Cure is out of position here. Coming in from the bottom, and it will be able to send in a lot of those Banelings right there. Cleans up an enormous amount of the economy of Cure right now, as DRG will be able to escape with most of those Mutalisks and the Zerglings. And you know what looked like an absolute crazy maneuver there, which I wasn't quite sure was gonna work out. It felt a little bit out of the blue, but look at that, making it work rather nicely, losing a bit of supply so he can build those Ultralisk now. And you know what, still on 200s. The supply for Cure, on the other hand, now with 62 workers only. Let's see if he still will be continuously reproducing these SCVs, or if he decides, you know what, I already have a good amount of bases now. I can just try to get my army up that much larger. Of course, that's going to mean that if he does lose that big army, that's going to be it. Okay, I think he will decide to go for more so the SCVing route right now. Trying to get more of that good stuff. Cleaning up a base in the top left side. Not unnoteworthy. We'll be able to slow down DRG a little bit, right? Every little bit matters at this moment in time. So he needs to find a way back into this one. Ultralisk speed as well on the way. Yep, there is indeed still a Widowmine there. Okay. Oh. Yeah, still dancing around on the edges of that creep, but you know what? It's scary. Especially because we've already seen DRG make a move like this before, and going in again with a lot of the Banelings, a lot of the the Zerglings, Ultralisk there as support as well. Going for the barracks and going for trying to get as many of those Marines as possible. I don't like that fight as much. But then again, like returning through this choke point after committing up there, that is that's not going to help you out at all either, is it? The top side here, once again, one Widowmine. Ooh, that is a good connection. And we'll be able to safeguard the rest of those Marines and the Marauders there from extermination by exploding Baneling. So we're seeing the +3 armor upgrade for the vehicles as well being constructed here. Normally you see getting the Terrans getting a little bit more of the air weapons upgrades. Right, really helps out with the Liberators versus the Ultralisk. Helps out with if you do have to go for Vikings here against any potential Broodlords, perhaps. And DRG just really going for it here. Oh my dear lord, those SCVs not being pulled away. And another base does fall. That's a great one small for DRG. Being able to get even more SCVs there at the top side as they are retreating. Definitely feels like Cure is slowly falling apart right now. Single Widowmine on that top side. More Banelings getting constructed as well. I think he saw that Widowmine getting put down. Yeah, he did. Eagle Eye DRG. Eagle Eye DRG. Always aware of everything here. We'll be able to see this army as well coming in. Gets all his Banelings, all his Zerglings in position. And he's going for a very minimal amount of Ultralisk, right? How many Ultralisk have we had so far? Only 2 Ultralisk died. And we have 1 Ultralisk on the board right now. Did he really only make 3 Ultralisk in total? That seems pretty ridiculous to me, but ultimately, we don't see that many of them, right? And they are there just to kind of provide a little bit of a beef, but seeing the amount of Marauders and stuff like this being produced by Cure right now, I can kind of get why DRG is sticking to the high number of links, as that is, you know what, a great way to deal with this high kind of Marauder type of army. Oh my god, those Banelings were absolutely ridiculous. Did you see that? That was so many Banelings blowing up on that Thor. That is that upgrade right there in the works. I mean, you got to be even more careful now not to let your Banelings explode on those Thors, because holy moly, you thought it was inefficient beforehand. Well, you just wait and see until you try to blow it up right now, just purely losing Banelings or using Banelings. That was ridiculous. So a little bit of a small victory there for Cure, of course. I'm not quite sure if that's going to be enough here. Maybe buying himself a little bit of breathing room overall, but jeez Louise. Oh, Widowmine. Don't do it. Don't do it. Let them go. No. Oh, dear Lord. He's going by it again. Oh, God. This is terrifying. Okay, who gets it? These guys, these are just absolutely going for it right now. Straight through the middle. And look at that. All these Liberators here and all these Marauders, they are not doing well against the Mutalisk. They're not doing well against the Zerglings right now. Sure, they did manage to clean up the Ultralisk, but look at the amount of Zerglings that are still available, nibbling away on those SCVs. The Mutalisk there as well, of course, having a bit more free reign because there is such a Marauder-heavy composition here for Cure, and I don't think Cure's really realizing that DRG is going this light on the Ultralisk overall. And maybe he's just over-committing a little bit in defending against these Ultralisks, because look at this, only 5 Ultralisks so far have gone down. There's no more Ultralisk on the way either. There's no remaking Ultralisk, which kind of shows again, like, right, that he is not really focused on getting Ultralisk. He just wants them to be there. He wants to show them and force a response out of Cure. It's a tight rope to walk, but ultimately, if Cure does decide, of course, to not invest as much into those Marauders or Liberators, instantly DRG could just make a big beefy ball of Ultras immediately to slap down any Marine Widowmine army. As he has now taken this base very, very close by to the base of Cure indeed. Mutalisk with that Overseer not quite being able to find that opportunity though. DRG and Cure, man. I mean, this is just maddening, guys. They are really giving their A game right here. They are really putting everything they got in this match, as we can clearly see. 19 minutes in, and they are still both going strong on near 200 max supply. Not quite getting kicked out, either of these players. Oh, Widowmine's there. A little bit of friendly fire, but good pulling away there from Cure. He's ever so vigilant. These sensor towers as well, really making it work out for Cure. Making it possible to hold his ground here. Banelings just buying so much time for the Mutalisk there to take out another command center. As DRG, once again, just a hit-and-run tactic right there. Moves out of the location again. In this base, I mean, was it really worth it? There's only 500 minerals left in that place, but hey, he does manage to get it. So many Overseers here as well. A little bit terrifying overall. This base a little bit more important, but again, maybe not the most important one. Oh, I love this as well. Just puts down a ton of changelings. Makes it more difficult for that command center to be put down on the ground again. And yeah, look at that. That's just ever so annoying, frustrating to deal with. He had to go back. He had to do something else again, and now he's just not quite paying attention to that base that's just sitting there up in the sky. Oh, DRG coming in again. There's so many Marauders here. Where are the Marines? I don't see them. It's just mainly Marauders here. And this is the problem now. There's no Ultralisk to fight for those Marauders. I guess there's one, and GG is called. DRG, what an absolute great game from him. Wonderfully played. Taking another one on the board right now. 2-1. Putting himself onto match points. DRG absolutely on fire. Showing that he is still a man not to be trifled with. And you know, that was just really cool to see. I don't know if I'm harping on about it too much, but it felt so smart going for like the Ultralisk, but then going for so little Ultralisk overall, right? Just a very bare minimum of Ultralisk to have that threat there, and for such a response out of Cure, and then it didn't really feel like Cure was getting valuable traits anymore in the end there. I mean, looking at the army supply right now, this is it's just a little bit ridiculous. This is a little bit ridiculous. Alright, looks like we are going to have ourselves a 3-minute break again. That was a long one. That was an absolute long one. The Muta Lingbane Master. You can say that again. That is definitely true. Alright guys, we're going to be back in a little bit here. Short little commercial break being requested. And you know, it's always a good thing. We'll we'll take a moment, and once we're back, we're gonna have, of course, more StarCraft 2, more DRG versus Cure. Don't go anywhere, guys. Cure needs to tie this up right now, and you know what? And get us a game number 5 between these guys, because this is just StarCraft 2 at a peak. Be right back, guys. One moment, please.
Hello and welcome to Strive.com, where I'm about to show you how you can get started on your Strive Biltong order. To begin, press the Buy Now selection to explore all the different varieties of Biltong snacks, ranging from standard packs to Biltong sticks, as well as mini sticks. Here I'm going to select the original sliced Biltong and add it to my cart. When I'm done shopping, I just press the checkout button to begin the checkout process. I then enter my shipping information here, select my shipping option, and enter my payment method. If I happen to have a discount code, I enter it here and click apply. Once I am done, I click on the Pay Now button, and after that, I'm all set. I hope this video helped you in starting your next Strive purchase and fulfilling your snacking needs. Now, let's head back to the action.
Alright. Alright. Great job there, guys. Thank you for waiting. Thank you for still being here. Thank you for joining us and taking part in the ITaX StarCraft 2 scene. We very much appreciate it, and yeah, we hope you're having a good time, enjoying yourself here on Trovo. If you do, you know what, want to see more of this kind of content and you want to hear more of me just chatting away, definitely make sure to make an account. And yeah, any type of interaction, of course, always appreciated. The feedbacks, stuff about the game, right? Talking about the game that we're seeing right here with other people in the, even if it is through a chat window, it's always adding a lot to my overall experience, and it's very much appreciated to all the people that are doing that. Indeed, very much a big thank you to you fellas and fellettes. Is that a word? It should be. It should be. Bjorn is in the current GSL. Yes, he is. He is. Imagine that. Bjorn versus DRG in the finals. Oh, man. My old achy, breaky heart. Already. Hoping that that's going to be the case. Hoping, and we'll have that somewhere in the future. If not in this one. And until then, you know what? We still have to get ourselves some more of this kind of stuff right here in the top right side. That's the blue Terran player. He's fighting for the dragon, the Phoenix, and the gamers. He is a Cure. Bottom left side, that red Zerg player fighting for the Afrika Freaks. He is DRG. Cure, Hurricane, and Dream. We got to see the Beyond versus Cure game, didn't we? It was casted by Creighton Olsen, of course. Somebody I'm sure you all know. Great caster, great commentator. Great personality overall. Always fun to watch him do his thing, right? Born to just continuously babble on and on about whatever the hell he wants to. Because he does it in a very entertaining fashion. Yeah, it was very cool to see him get us a couple of those the GSL qualifying matches, including one from Bjorn. Very awesome stuff. Very awesome stuff. All right. Anyway, these two boys, what are they up to so far on the Pillars of Gold? No, not too much just quite yet. Just a chillin'. Just a chillin'. Now, I've been looking on this map, right? I cannot, for the life of me, really find any real Pillars of Gold on this one. Unless if he means this is meant by the pillars. It's a little bit of a pillar, right? It's more so a pylon, perhaps, but it's also not really a pillar, is it? It's more a plateau. A plateau of gold. Hey, this one as well. I don't know. I've been looking for a while on this one. Have yet to find golden pillars. I don't think you all are that interested in overall, as much as I am, as to why this map is called the Golden Pillars. When there's, you know, I guess there is gold. There's just not. There's a lack of pillars overall. Anyway, it doesn't really matter too much. So we we do have more important things on the StarCraft map, rather than whether or not the suggested name is appropriately used. Oh, yeah, losing a Ling there. Felt like the Queen was a little bit slow overall, right? See if he goes for that quick creep to me here. Yeah, it does have a little bit of an opportunity too. Yeah, there you go. And Reaper far away on the other side of the map, and that should be a safe creep to me right now. More so focused on just making sure that there's no Roach Warren or a crazy amount of drones being produced. So you can see he's kind of sticking around the larvae area, trying to see whether or not he can get some vision on what's coming out of those eggs. Starport, barracks, and factory all here. Soon we'll be able to see whether or not he wants to go for more of an offensive kind of play, or wants to go for another quicker third command center. Before this one, of course, this match, we've seen him already taking that command center a little bit earlier than this, really trying to fully push through the greed. And I mean, it's worked out for him, and it's not worked out for him so far in this situation. So it's going to be interesting to see if he still decides to do something similar here. Bit of a shame that that one alien did get cleaned up, otherwise this would have done a lot more damage, I would say. Circling should be more than enough as well. And right now, there we go, cleans it up. 3 workers did get killed off, but it could be a lot worse, right? I don't think DRG minds that all too much. Pretty sure he's comfortable with the amount of damage that he took there. Maybe could have held it off a little bit cleaner right over here, with the Queens being a bit too far to the right. The Aliens scooting on by a little bit too easily, but DRG, the most important part was cleaning up that one low HP Hellion, and that's what he did. And that is really one of the main reasons, I would say, that the damage there didn't go out of bounds into disproportionate levels of what should and shouldn't be acceptable. Yeah. Banshee harassment. We've been talking about this before. It's absolutely ridiculous what this man can do with Banshees. Looks like he only gets 3 this time around, though. You'd say if he gets 12 with 2 Banshees, he should be able to get to at least 6 with a single one, but not as refined micro overall. Sticking a little bit too close to that Queen range there, of course. And the Queen, you know what, also a little bit more overall well positioned immediately to help out with the defense there. And DRG's creep spread once again, you know, it's getting to good proportions here. Starting to look very, very healthy overall, and will help him facilitate an easier defense in the later parts of this game. More creep for the creep god. +1/+1, right, about to finish up here for Cure. It's a little bit halfway done. As Baning Speed looking to get constructed relatively quickly as well, or be done with being constructed relatively quickly. I think this timing does have a short brief moment though, where that is not available, but once again, thanks to the creep overall, it's going to be a tough one to push through here for Cure, and that may just buy DRG the time that he needs to get that Baning Speed sorted. Unless if Cure just decides to push out immediately through everything here. He needs to be careful. I mean, that siege tank is now completely out in the open. The Zerglings, though, a little bit disjointed with their attack here. Oh my god, that Baneling was absolutely massive. A big blunder there by Cure. I'm not quite sure what he was doing in that moment in time, but that was not the right thing to be looking at, whatever he was looking at. Because those Marines were not supposed to die. Jeez Louise, do you see just the fountain of blood coming out of that queen? Was that a normal amount of blood, or was that seems a little bit over the top? I'm not complaining. I love that, but honestly, it was a bit gruesome. A little bit gruesome. Curie DRG's evo chambers seem a little bit late. Yeah, I think he decided to sacrifice the evo chamber timing here in order to get a quicker, high amount of Mutalisk out on the field. Also, of course, still putting money into that bailing speed as well. Ultimately, you're gonna have to delay something here, and it looks like that is the choice here is going to be these upgrades right now. I mean, he was taking okay trades continuously, as long as he doesn't get behind with 2 upgrades, right? Just so it's like +2/+2 for Cure and +0/+0, and then taking a fight at that moment in time. That's going to be devastating, right? Like, all the numbers are going to be skewed. Cure's just going to absolutely demolish there in fights, which he really shouldn't. As long as DRG manages to avoid having that much of a difference here in upgrades, he should be okay. And as long as he, stays on top of continuously making the upgrades continue, he should be in a good spot here. Infestation pit already on the way as well. That is a good sign overall to allow him to keep the upgrades going, of course. He's going to start up that +2/+2 right now as well. Look at that. Very clean. Come on, get that carapace as well. He's got the gas right now. Maybe he didn't right at that moment in time, but just waiting for it a little bit here. Okay, there we go. Starts it up. And +2/+2 is about to finish here for Cure, so he will have a advantage here for sure, but not a massive one. Okay, oh, that is nasty. DRG checking with a link to see, well, what the links, to see whether or not there was a siege tank there. There was no siege tank shot. He was like, okay, I can send my banelings in first, and then he suddenly realized, wait a moment, there is a siege tank here. Just then, later on, getting sieged up by Cure there. It's kind of funny how that sometimes happens, but alright, here we go. DRG coming in from the backside right now. This is an interesting way to do this. It's going to force Cure onto the creep, to micro onto the creep instead of off the creep. And I wonder if that is a more efficient way to do this, actually. That's an interesting question, honestly. Whether it's more important to be the initiator on the creep and then chasing somebody off creep, or whether you initiate off of creep and then you chase on creep. I mean, the chase is the more important bit, right? So it would seem that this is actually, quite a interesting, cool maneuver there from DRG, just coming in from a different angle there. Don't know how much thought he put into that, but it's interesting. It's an interesting thing that I wonder if we're gonna see more of in the future. Anyway, ITaX now on the way as well. It's about to finish up. That base did not get cancelled. That's nasty. And nasty. Nice pick off there by Cure. Wants to get a couple more good maneuvers there, just like that one, of course. The siege tank's not quite ready. These Marines are in a very good position, though, in between these bases. In between the buildings. Ooh, needs to spread out a little bit too. Still getting a bit of damage done onto his Marines there by the banelings. And will save that command center. So ultimately, I think that is okay for Cure, but he seems to be hurting here. He seems not to be enjoying the overall damage that he's taken here, and DRG is just walking away with the bases on the other side of the map, right? Already on 5, as Cure is struggling to maintain that 4th base and get it operational, get it mining in any sense of capacity. Alright, +3/+3, and the Ultralisk carapace as well now on the way. Chitin is plating. top side. DRG can start to take another fight here, right? Has a good army, and once again probably wants to lose some of it in order to get a couple of those Ultralisk out. Try and spend that bank. He doesn't quite have any type of a gas bank yet though, so we'll have to wait and see. No Unburrow there from those Widow Mines. Will try to just take that fight. Yeah, staying off of creep here is rather important, I would say. Luring more of those Banelings in, and that's a massive connection with our Widow Mine. Another one that wasn't as big, but still, you know, an okay trading here happening for Cure. This is what he needs to do, right? This is the way for him to maintain some sort of sense of control of this game right now. No matter how many bases DRG has, if he just trades out very, very inefficiently, that is going to slowly turn the tables into Cure's favor here. But, oh, he's going to have to do it a couple of times more often than this. Is this really all he has as an army? I don't think it is. He has more stuff at home, but ready to try and fend off any type of a counter-attack, and that's exactly what's happening right now. Banelings into that third base mineral line. More SCVs go down. 68 workers only remain now for Cure. It's an okay amount, but probably gonna have to replenish that number a little bit here. So that's 11 works in the main base, something he should try to fix as well pretty soon. It's exactly what he's doing right now. Jeez Louise, this creep spread as well from DRG is just... Oh man, it's so rough to deal with every time he comes in here. And it really does feel like he's only gotten a smidge of progress here in this area right now. Truly a World War I kind of scenario with just a couple of meters of ground being gained every day here. Although then, I mean, if World War I was with aliens that were to just march across the map very quickly and blow up your bases, suicide bombing basically. Reasonable Widow Mine there. Alright, here we go again. The Ultralisk are here, and we are again seeing indeed the Marauders and the Liberators in production, but will it help? Oh my god, those Banelings on the Marines right there, finding their way in. And now, yeah, instead of remaking Ultralisk, look at that, 84 links, 1 Ultralisk. That's all. That's all he's doing. Man, I feel like he's playing Cure like a fiddle. And I don't think Cure is very aware of what is happening here at all. At least he's still making Widow Mines as well, right? That's very important, but ultimately, I mean, this army of DRG just mainly links, Banelings, and Mutalisk right now. A lot of stuff moving again across the map here. Still another... Oh, nice Unburrow there, but... Okay, this one was the hero. The hero Widow Mine there. Cleaning up most of that. More links again, right? Just more and more links. One single Ultralisk. That's it. That's it. I mean, the one Ultralisk, a great tool overall if we're going to see Cure go back into more of the Marine heavy, but... Very, very awesome to see DRG just kind of really showcasing showcasing an army kind of composition here that I'm used to, but then with a little bit different overall combination of units. Oh my god, the spread here of Cure is absolutely mental. We'll be able to force this backwards. Those Widow Mines, crazy connections right there. And yeah, DRG only forced backwards once again here. Has the... Ooh, great maneuver there from those Zerglings. Oi, 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 oi. This is going to be some damage, but at the same time, of course, we still have this army for Cure coming in here. A couple of SCVs even joining into the mix. Those Banelings, oh my dear lord. Cure, you're stacked up on top of each other a little bit too much again. I think that was too much damage, actually. And yeah, now just barely. This will get cleaned up here. There's a lot of fake Marines here, actually. But yeah, that got very close. Those Banelings there really cleaning up a lot of the Marines. And yeah, Unfortunate there for Cure. The uphill battle is starting to become steeper and steeper right now. Oof. Oof. Another base falls. And you know what? The army supply is not that far apart, but it just seems like an absolute dominant position here for DRG. How many Ultralisk? Oh, actually making 3 Ultralisk right now. So it's going to put him on 4 in total. It's the highest amount we've seen so far, I think, at any point in time at the same time. And that may actually cause him some troubles here. Who knows? Those Marauders, they really pack a punch. Those Liberators as well. But the Mutalisk will be able to clean up those flying little spaceships right there. Needs to get that final shot there. Okay. And yes, suddenly, you know what? Okay, well, he's making 90 more links right now. That should be enough. He's got more Ling run-bys as well occurring at this moment in time. Okay, it looks like you know what, that was a valiant last effort, but he has lost his gas, he has lost his steam. GG is called. DRG takes the series 3-1 after quite one hell of a show. After the game number 1, I got a little bit worried, I have to say. Kure looked very, very tough in that sense, but DRG brings it back, and with one hell of a show as well at the same time. Some awesome stuff there overall. Awesome, great control, and shuts Kure down. Very well played. I mean, you know what? We're gonna have ourselves some Hurricane versus DRG. Pretty darn cool stuff right there as well. I'm hoping we're gonna get ourselves a little bit of DRG, more Mutalisk action right there, even if it is versus the Protoss. Still something we see now and again, right? Definitely a possibility. We're gonna have to wait and see though what is gonna be happening, guys. I'm gonna put you onto the short break screen as we're waiting for these guys to do the videos, get everything together. Most likely we'll have a little bit of a break anyway, because the Koreans also will have to do a bit of commercials. So anyway, with that being said out of the way, guys, DRG, man oh man, what a guy. Absolutely mental at this game. Crazy good overall. Just add a lot of stuff in this game, which is you know what, I suppose what's needed if you want to compete on this caliber. Anyway, yeah, we'll see you in a little bit, guys. Don't go anywhere. After this one, we'll have a best of 7 Hurricane versus DRG.
You are kidding me. You are kidding me. This is crazy. This is about to get really wild here. Okay, the Dark Shrine is done. Where are those DT warpings gonna happen? He's got the gas. 3 DTs coming in on the top side here. 3 DTs is more than enough. The moment these DTs strike, I mean, he's got to know. Yeah, I mean, this is an all-in scenario for a laser. He will lose every single queen here on the backside. All of these transfuses just getting burnt. Okay, so Estrella's low, but he's not out of this just yet. Again, there's nothing to stop these DTs. The lair is only 50 or 75% done. He's able to.
Probably not, as this attack is knocking at the front door. He's gonna go ahead and drop here. Oh, is he in position? Parting. Oh, just barely not in position.
Those Marines have stim. Come on, Inno. Oh my god, did you see that Widowmine connection?
Oh man,
Oh my god! Oh my god. 14 probes killed by 1 Widowmine. Oh my god. This is so disgusting.
A little bit scary right now, not gonna lie. All right, let's see, into the main base we go. Oh, those are sentries in that war prism. Those are sentries in that war prism, boys. That is a great force field right there, and that could be even more so the end of Kure. He needs to either elevator everything into the main base. There's the second sentry. Oh my dear lord, Kjør, you are being tormented here by the evil red Protoss called Patience, and there just doesn't seem to be any escape for you whatsoever, no matter how much you try. 13 more SCVs go down, and Patience making this look like he is playing against somebody from an entirely different league right now. Kjør coming in, but there you go, GG being called. What are we watching? What are we watching? Impressive how he's still being able to find some sort of damage right now. There we go, 2 more workers. Not bad. Gonna get another one. Yes, he is. 4 workers, 5 workers. That's 6 workers. Oh my dear lord, guys, this may just start to snowball into Kjør's favor all of a sudden. 7 workers, just like that. By these Reapers. Yeah, even getting an 8th. Link speed, of course, still not done yet. 9 workers, 10 workers. What is happening here? 12 workers in total still go down here because of Kjør's 3 Reaper adjustments. Still gotta get used to the commercial screen ending suddenly sometimes. I'm just sitting here. Look. Oh well. Oh well. Alright, DRG and Hurricane are in the lobby. Looking ready to fight. I don't think Inu really had a moment to take a little bit of a breather just yet. Might have to go to the bathroom, something like that. Oh no, he's ready. Okay. Okay, no guys, we are all set, we're all ready to go, we're strapped in, and you guys better be ready as well, because, you know what, I don't think we're going to be waiting any time longer, and, yeah, DRG versus Hurricane, a ZVP final, say, best of 7, we're going to see who will take the overall crown here, and, who's going to be proving themselves as the, well, maybe not, well, yeah, let's call them the best player of today here in the Super Series. The Super Series. Alright. Hurricane versus DRG. Here we go, guys. First game will be partaken on Everdream, where blood will be spilled, bodies shall fall to the ground, and aliens shall be warped back to their mothers. Alright, anyway. Here we go, in the bottom left side, a red Zerg player fighting for the Africa Freaks. Making one hell of a comeback happen, and you know what? A stellar player overall, he is DRG. Top right side, there he is, the blue Protoss fighting for none other than Team LP. Making quite the upset happen, I would say. Versus TY today. Looks pretty darn on form. He is Hurricane. Will he be able to take a best of 7 against such a figurehead as DRG? That's the real question, of course. Taking a best of 5, 3-0 versus TY on its own. Already quite a feat, of course. Excuse me. But, I mean, TY already felt like he is a little bit in a slump in a sense. I don't want to say too much of a slump, right? Because he is TY. He's bloody amazing at what he does. Maybe he's just trying some stuff out, right? Maybe he's just experimenting with some things. He's a little bit more free to do so, as he is a recent GSL champion. Doesn't have to absolutely outshine everybody continuously in these online matches as well. He's okay with just, you know what, perhaps experimenting a little bit more so in like these tournament settings with different types of builds. I wouldn't even be too surprised that he's already mind gaming these players, right? Maybe anticipating he's going to be playing them in a big tournament and then just showing some weird stuff. And then the next time they play in one of those big tournaments, he's going to be like, well, you know, you remember all that weird stuff? Well, I'm going to do something very similar to that. but then something that actually just absolutely slaps your ice cream out of your hand, and you're just gonna have to sit there and deal with it. But we'll have to wait and see. We'll have to wait and see, of course. It's always cool to see the intricate workings of TY's mind at work in these types of settings. Even if it's not quite working out. We saw some pretty darn cool stuff in that series, of course. If you guys missed that one, it's definitely a couple of great moments there where we had TY going for a 2-base all in. He was marching across the middle of the map with his entire army, and he had, well, he was trying to bring the SCVs with him as well. And the SCVs actually came all the way from the right side here. Also, by the way, there's quite a lot of links in production right now, guys. That's something probably worth noting. Ooh, they do get spotted here, the 2 links at least. Doesn't want to let those other links get spotted as well, so moves them back around to the other side of the crevasse, the rimbo. And more links, actually. This is just one big link flood. We'll continue talking about the previous game at some other time, because these links actually need to get over there as quickly as possible. Oh, my dear lord, they stood still for a moment, and this means this is gonna be a gateway that is in production right now. 4 links are capable of shooting this at the same time, but they will still be able to take it out just barely. Okay, there we go. A cancel. Nice cancel. Nice re-wall off as well here. Another wall off created immediately. This is looking pretty darn sharp so far for Hurricane. DRG is in trouble. He's got a lot of links in production. There's an Oracle as well. That should be more than plenty to get this in his favor. DRG, you know what? You got a lot of links, but yep, that's right, sir. You're gonna have to start making those drones again. The Oracle, there we go, does get targeted up, and immediately DRG wisely backs off again. Will not try to tango with that Oracle. Okay, well, a little bit of a tango with that Oracle, but shouldn't do too much more than that, right? Let's try to zap away that energy slowly but surely. 2, 1, that's it. No more energy then. Now there's a Void Ray. Yeah, those do not run out of energy, so DRG putting himself, you know, with a little bit of a gamble there. It almost works out as well. Had those links kept moving forwards, who knows what would have happened, right? Maybe he would have just been able to deny the further walling off, and he would have just been inside the base right now. He would have been trying to target down pylons of the production. It still would have been a rough one, of course, with the Oracle on the prowl as well. Very difficult to make something like this work when there is a Stargate opening. This kind of link flood more so aimed towards somebody trying to do a depth pressure build. Instead, what we saw is Hurricane going into the Void Ray, and now perhaps going into the Adept Pressure. Oh, good surround still there. Might be able to grab a couple of those Adepts. This one. The other one was in range of the shield battery there, unfortunately. That does negate all the damage of all the Zerglings in the universe. Because they are quite limited with their damage output, depending on the surface area of their target. But yeah, there is that Twilight Council actually going straight up into a Templar Archives. Very interesting indeed. I think he's just making the assumption that DRG is not going to have that much at home, right? He made a lot of links. He's going to try to catch up in the drone count now, so maybe just a big Zealot, yeah, there we go. A Zealot charge load army with a bunch of Archons here could prove quite powerful. I think this third base over here, maybe a little bit of a ruse, although we're not seeing extra gateways just quite yet. Maybe he does want to go into this third base. I'm not quite sure. Well, only Hurricane really knows right now. Unless there's some really smart people in the chat as well that have figured it out already as well. There's a Forge on the way, so I'm assuming he will try to make this go a little bit longer. Still making probes too, so yeah, looks like it is just a third base. Double Archon drop right now on top of this worker line right here. Providing quite a bit of damage. Overall, the drone's not going to be able to work that magic here. Oh my dear lord, don't send those drones to the Archons, please. That is a little bit suicidal. And And yeah, this is just extremely rough right now. DRG, of course, doesn't have that much. Okay, roaches do make their appearance right now. Ooh, we need to see transfusions on those queens. Not quite working out just yet. And okay, cleans it up now. But the Archons remain. And that's a whole lot of extra income advantage right there being achieved by Hurricane. Those drones were not mining for a long time. And that is Storm now on the way as well. +1 attack, Immortals, the whole shebang. Hurricane, Stefan in grandiose time, just unlocking his tech tree right now. Getting everything he wants in the world. Oh, the Warp Prism. The Warp Prism is getting really low. Come on, Queen, run! Ah, this. One more shot. One more shot would have done it. Blizzard with the nerfs coming in again. The Queen range nerf. Allowing that Warp Prism to escape right there. The salt immediately apparent in all the Zerg eyes. That would have been pretty big though, right? Not only cleaning up the Warp Prism, but the 2 Archons within it as well. Those are very expensive units. That's like 300 gas a pop. So that's like 600 gas just like that. Gone and dealt with. And now with that Warp Prism still being a thing, facilitating more aggression into that main base. Lurker Den very quickly here on the way for DRG. Attempting to... actually, he's making 2 of them right now. Interesting. I think he's panicking a little bit here. Mismanaging his overall units. Well, not the units, but you know what I mean. Mismanaging a little bit here. Let's see, High Templar there. Yeah, they do not do damage at all, that's true. Alright, in comes Hurricane Force. Quite a good amount of Immortals there actually. In the backside, and the Storm as well, of course, being a everlasting threat in this situation. DRG needs a little bit more. Okay, reinforcements comes in at the right time. It's going to be a close one. He does manage to get down the choke and keeps Hurricane a little bit choked up himself here. Oh, but those storms in this location here, rather disgusting. DRG does not want to take a trade here when he does not see him favoring the odds all too much. Warp Prism nice and safe behind the rest of the forces here. The Archons doing so much damage right now, soaking up so much damage as well to allow these Immortals to do even more damage than those Archons. And yeah, GG is called. What's up, Unknown? What's the damage of a High Templar even? I'm pretty sure it's 1. It's either 1 or it's 2. I don't think it's more than that, honestly. I really don't. I'm pretty sure one single High Templar still dies in a straight up fight with a Zergling, right? A single Zergling beats the High Templar. I'm fairly certain. Hurricane seems to play pretty well. Yeah, I mean, he beat T-White 3-0. Holding off that attack of DRG very nicely as well. It was a little bit of a build order win, to be fair, this one, right? The Stargate opening there, always a very clean way to defeat such a Link Flood. The Link Flood more so aimed towards a adept pressure kind of build. That's what you wanna take down with a build like that. Unfortunately, Hurricane not going for that, going for the Stargates, and yeah, takes down map number 1 into his name. Let's see if he can do it again here in map number 2. It's going to be Golden Wall, so more strange strategies can make their appearance right now. Finally, Golden Wall in in the Super Series here. Imagine dying to a High Templar attack in StarCraft, man. That would be embarrassing. It's going to be a lot of talking on the funeral if that's the case. Alright. Game number 2. DRG and Hurricane here. Ready to duke it out again. have to wait and see. Zoun, yeah, I'm hoping Zoun is gonna have a good time, but people are not fancying his odds, are they? Very, very tough group. I'm pretty sure people were even saying, like, right in the Pylon show, I don't think they even really mentioned him as having any odds there. We'll have to wait and see, though. We'll have to wait and see. One game behind right now. This red Zerg in the bottom right side. On the golden wall, he is the Afrika Freak, DRG. Bottom left side, that blue Protoss. Fighting for Team LP, he is Hurricane. Yeah, I'm pretty sure most of us here would hope Zoun to do incredibly well in the GSL. It's a rough one though, of course. The GSL, pretty much one of the most competitive places in the world for StarCraft 2, if not the most competitive place. It's just missing really Clem, Raynor and Cyril, of course, there. Maybe a couple of the other big European names to try and shine their might. Or maybe even Estrella as well, right? Now I'm excited to see what they play, yeah. Yeah, me too. Well, I mean, it is a best of... wait, sorry, it's a best of 7. Sorry, I was standing on a best of 5. It's a best of 7, so they had no choice, but for it to be picked as map number 2, that is interesting indeed. That's interesting indeed. I'm pretty sure this is Hurricane's map choice, but we'll have to wait and see. No hatchery blocking. On its own, already a advantage for the Zerg player here, I would say, right? If not an actual one, at least a mental one. Do I think Estrella is better than Neeb as of now? I don't think so, honestly. I think they're pretty on par overall. And you know that they both take games of each other, in a sense. So I'm pretty comfortable in saying that Estrella has managed to get on the same level as Neeb, but I wouldn't call him like above Neeb's level in a sense, right? Zappity zap. And he's out of there. One adept less on the field. Third base for DRG. Nice on the way. Spore crawlers. Only one spore crawler on the way. Very early on spore crawler here. What did he see that's making him want to go for this spore crawler this early on? Sees the War Prism right now. Interesting. Interesting indeed. And we have ourselves a robotics bay as well. Oh my. Oh my. Hurricane going for some funky strategies right here. Also a forge being constructed. Is this going to be the disruptor speed warp prism in action? So one thing that really comes into my mind right now, other than that, I'm not quite sure, is also just warping in a single adept right here. Hurricane making some interesting moves. It looks like he's just looking to get a scout off here with this adept. And well, that's not quite working out for him. Maybe a blind spore crawler because he couldn't scout. Yeah, that would make sense. Was a little bit late with the overlord there, I suppose, and he couldn't really see anything in specific, right? That makes sense. There's the speed now for the War Prism and a disruptor as well on the way. Now, how is DRG looking to try and deal with this? I think he's looking pretty okay, right? He's got some pretty good creep spread. He is aware of the War Prism just roaming around continuously. And the War Prism is going to have to go back across the map again here. Maybe get recalled or something. What is he trying to do with these adepts? What was the score between DRG and Kjörg? DRG took it, man. He took it quite decisively in the end. 3-1 as a total score. Showcasing once again that DRG, you know what, the old man, gamer man, being able to take it here. How did that disruptor get on top there? What in the world? Did he actually walk that disruptor all the way up there? Nuts. Okay, anyway. Disruptor coming on in. This could be big. This could be a blunder. We'll have to wait and see. Oh, it's okay. Gets to 2 of those roaches. Bit of damage on those queens as well, but now DRG is aware of course of the War Prism with the disruptor in there, so shouldn't be taking too much damage anymore. Maybe just scaring DRG to force out units. Yeah, that could be a good call. That could definitely be a good call. Oh, doesn't get much done there. Okay, well, Hurricane moving across the field now. There's a good amount of roaches on the way. Should be enough for DRG to deal with this. Unless, of course, if he lets his entire army get blown to bits by that one single disruptor right there. Looking scary. You know what? Most of his army still in the production right now. Losing those 2 Ravages right off the bat. That's a tough one. Okay, kills off one of the disruptors. Dodges the other shot. Looking pretty good so far. DRG. Oh, that force fields. Very quick bios to fix that situation. Though he's really committing up onto the ramp. I don't like that at all whatsoever. It does okay. I would love to see more Zerglings being incorporated with his attack right now. Well, the defense right now. Walking into his own bios a little bit here as well. Dodging the disruptor though. That's the most important bit. DRG, I mean, still with 70 army supply. It's getting closer and closer, though, to the army supply of Hurricane. It's getting a bit feisty here. Is it still enough? Again, getting hit by his own biles. Not really what you would like to see here. Alright, DRG incorporating a couple more links. Of course, it's not just that they do well against those Stalkers. They tank a lot of damage as well, right? They take Colossi shots. They take Stalker shots, all that stuff. And that's really important in this situation. The Ravagers take a boatload of damage from that Colossi. And we'll have to wait and see. Okay, it's getting really close. Gets it cut down into bits. And I'm pretty certain DRG should be able to hold this right now. Unless if one Disruptor shot manages to rule them all. And that's, again, not going to be the case here. Right, does hold. Had the tools that he needed to get that done. Now looking to push across the map here. I mean, he does have 100 army supply versus 46. It's not a lot right now available. Force fields are going to be very important, but we only have 1 single force field available. And that's not enough to hold back an army like this. Coming on in, Disruptor on the backside, gets picked off as well. DRG not letting the beat fall and takes it for himself this one around. GG is called, and yeah, DRG looking rather decisive there on that Golden Wall game. Not letting a single moment of how do you call this? Not letting a single I don't know. He played very well. Not making a single mistake there. Really, it looked like very well played. Alright. Game number 3. Indeed, that was a very cool hold, honestly. Had me worried a little bit when he tried to go up the ramp before he really had the forces to do so. And there were still so many force fields available. But it worked out for him. Really on spot with the bios though, continuously. Like, the second a force field appeared, immediately one little orange dot right underneath as quickly as he could. Physically, it almost was like he was just already sitting there waiting with his mouse on the spot, just like, alright, he's gonna force field me here. Click. Immediately, right? That's what it felt like. Very well played. And yeah, Hurricane is gonna have to try something else here. I mean, the Warp Prism speed with the Disruptor, it's a funky strat, right? Sometimes you get a bit of damage done. The follow-up trying to go across the map there, I'm not sure if I like that as much. Did feel like it, you know what, could have done something there, but ultimately, I don't know. I don't know if it was completely necessary, right? With that Warp Prism speed and stuff like this. Maybe just attempting to go for more of a harassment style would have been a bit more favorable in that sense, right? Because having that Warp Prism speed, it doesn't really allow you to do very much of anything when you're just letting it sit there in warping mode, trying to get things rolling. Anyway, in the top right side, we have ourselves the Blue Zerg player. He is the Freaker. He is a DRG. Indeed, it is a best of 7, guys, so that's why also Golden Wall did not get vetoed, as it is a, you know, all the maps are going to be played. We had to just pick an order instead of being able to say, I don't want to play on this map. Anyway, Team LP's Red Protoss right here, bottom left side. Give it up for Eternal Empire's Hurricane. I made it look like he was on Team Eternal Empire, actually. That was not the case. It's, we're just on Eternal Empire as it's the map, guys. It's the, you know what I'm talking about. You're smart, guys. You're clever fellas. Intelligent human beings watching StarCraft 2. I mean, what is a better sign than a sign of intelligence than enjoying a good casual game of StarCraft 2 now and again, and then watching these pro players absolutely beat the living snot out of one another in a good game of StarCraft 2 or 2. This is a weird one. A good game of StarCraft or 2. Yeah. It's kind of missing the message there. Saying that you can enjoy 1 or 2 games of StarCraft, you know, it's not like well, it's not that important. It's not that important. Confusing languages sometimes make things more confusing than it has to be. I think it's more so my fault as well, just not really having fully mastered the overall idea of you know, talking and speaking in full sentences, and using words to you know, make coherent sentences in total overall. Anyway, Stargate opening here once again for Hurricane. I doubt we're gonna see another Link Flood here for DRG. Would be very, very surprised if that is going to be the case. It's a little bit of a scout off there. The Stalker gonna make that his appearance. Unknown, think it's gonna be 4-3 for Hurricane. I honestly think DRG is going to be able to take this one. I feel pretty comfortable saying that. I know Hurricane already won one, but as I mentioned before, it definitely was a build order win, that one. The previous game we saw there, I don't know. Maybe we can't make too much of an assumption of that one either, I would say, because it was such a weird one, right? It was the an opener that we don't really see all that often. An opener that doesn't really get utilized by a lot of players. It has some potential overall, but ultimately there's a reason why you don't see a lot of pro players do it. It's because it's very hit or miss, right? And a lot of these pro Zergs, especially, you know, of the highest caliber, such as DRG, they won't get fooled all that often by drops like that, right? Very vigilant on that minimap, and we'll be able to kind of get that spotted out. Void Ray. Void Ray on the way right here with the Oracle. Getting a little bit poked away right now. How often do you see Protoss win finals PvC? That's not a good point. That's not a good point. But then again, like if this was Zest, I don't know. I think I would give him a lot more of an advantage. But you know what? No diss on the Hurricane here, but he's just not really the highest of the highest level of players in a sense, right? Pretty much even in CVP skill level. Yeah, okay, interesting. Well, I would love to be wrong on this one, honestly. I'd love to see these boys have a really solid match. Oh, a bit of mistargeting there. Come on, doesn't send those weakened drones away either, though. Oh, there we go. Does still pick it off. That's 3 kills there for the 2 adepts. Not too bad. Not too bad. A lot of banelings right there being constructed. Oh, just waddling in right now. There's not much here just yet. It's gonna blow up the hiding spot though for the Adepts and the Zealots, so gonna be a lot easier to clean those up right now with the Lynx. Has to still be careful though, of course, for the Oracle juice that's raining down on top of them, as well as the Void Ray juice. Man, the Protoss really have become an army of lasers right now, haven't they? Why are we just seeing more and more Lynx coming in? Alright, well, DOG really committing to this one. Shuts down this 3rd base rather convincingly. The Oracle's still zapping very, very much so. Getting so much value right here. Look at this, 13 kills, 21 kills, and 14 kills. That's a lot of Zerglings that did give their life. But, I mean, I guess he does take out that 3rd base overall, so... Okay, that's an alright then. Did sacrifice a good amount of banelings as well, though. Comes in again, 2nd attempt to get another cancel here going. Forces a lot of energy out of those oracles. That is important too, of course, to note. As he's just making a ton of roaches here. It looks like he will be aiming for some sort of another attack. Although he's also getting the layers, so... maybe he's just making these roaches to make sure that he doesn't die due to a counter-attack. That would be a good call as well. I think, you know what, it may have worked, guys, but ultimately I think DOG put himself in a very precarious situation here. A difficult one. Alright, does have those roaches right now though, but looking at the air army here together with the Archons and the Zealots, I'm a bit disappointed not to see the Void Ray here as well. Actually, that's a good amount of Queens ready to facilitate a defense against the air units. Alright, yeah, DOG looking pretty safe here right now. Okay, good calls there from DRG overall. Roach speed on the way right now. Spire as well. And getting more upgrades. As Hurricane getting himself the robotics bay. Another robotics facility and upgrades as well, right? Going for the +1 attack right now. Archons being a little bit pesky right now. Those drones going on a bit of an excursion. I'm not sure what is happening here. Bit of a... alright. DOG. Well, it's a field trip, guys. We're going on a field trip. Going on a trip with a magic carpet. Well, not rocket ship. But Alright, and they're back again. Hello! How was your school trip? Nice? Alright, nice. Good to see. They're back again. They're back in town. These Archons, though, really drawing all the attention and focus of DRG away from that type of stuff. Gonna start making a couple of Corruptors here. It's a good call overall, especially against the double Robo Robotics facility. Robo Robotics facility. Sees the Disruptors here. Ooh, good dodging there. Needs to get that one Disruptor that no longer has a ball remaining. There we go. Great pickups there right now. Might get the other. Nah, it's not going to get the other one. The Archons are going to be here. Ready to be dropped down. Unless if he just runs away. Nah, the Oracle's still more than enough. But with the entire army of Hurricane now in the main base, DRG immediately takes the opportunity to try and apply some pressure on that third base. A good warp in though, and immediate response from Hurricane, more than enough to solidify that defense. And DRG, I mean, he is not very far ahead in the army supply, and that's a scary thing right now for the Zerg, as he's mostly on Roaches, Zerglings and Banelings. Just a handful of Corruptors here ready to help out as well. Looking to be rather terrifying. Does have +2 attack for the melee and has Baneling speed, so maybe it's going to be okay, even though the army supply is very equal. Oh my god, that Disruptor shot massive right there. And the Banelings, yep, that's not enough anymore to really allow for a solid defense here. Only one Disruptor remains though, and the rest of the firepower is going to be having to come from the Archons and the 2 Immortals there as well. Here we go. Oh dear lordy lord. Biles need to be pretty darn massive right now. DRG just wants more time. He wants to make more stuff right now. Getting more of those Banelings. And Hurricane decides to move backwards. Very, very controlled decision. Relaxed. You have to be in a relaxed state of mind to really make decisions like this, of course. Just moving backwards. Fair enough. It's a little bit disappointing for somebody like me that's just hoping for the aggression to never end, but hey, here we are. Ooh. Blammo. Disrupted power right there for you. Corrupts in the natural base, 4 of them. Gonna take a while until they really are gonna be able to gun down a Nexus here. Banelings though at the same time trying to get on top of the probe train. A lot of Banelings being split off right now as well, trying to maybe get some damage on the base over here. There's no base over there though, so it's gonna have to rotate towards that other third base right there. Ooh, Banelings don't blow up onto Archons, my man. That is not gonna work out. This could be a good bile place, but we'll not go for it right here. Maybe splitting off these Banelings right, and now that is the right way to do this, I would. Okay, Banelings, hello. Banelings, there we go. 30 workers, just like that. Alright, now he just needs to hold on here without taking massive amounts of damage. Oh, the Disruptor making some good maneuvers, though. Great shots right there for this moment in time. Oh, another Disruptor. Massive connection. Once again, the Blinkstalkers moving forwards. This is a very rough one for DRG now to clean up. The Archons are not going to allow these Zerglings to just clean up the rest of the force. And yeah, that's right. GG is called. Hurricane taking game number 3. Win or lose, Hurricane is playing really well. Yeah, he is really playing well. A very, very good show there for him. Those Disruptor shots continuously gaining the upper hand. But once again, it feels like DRG getting a little bit too feisty with the Zerglings, trying to finish something off very quickly here. And getting punished for it, right? I guess he did still kill that third base, but that was a lot of links. That was a ton of links. It definitely felt like he slowed down his own economy there by quite a bit. And I'm not quite sure if that was worth it in a sense, but Anyway, that's something maybe for the replay analysts to take a look at. I'll have to wait and see. Why is Marine Lords in the party? Interesting. Huh. Anyway. Continuing onwards. Continuing onwards. The third base was worth it, you think? Okay. It was a bit ahead. Alright, alright. It's a rough one. It was a rough one. Then just losing units to those disruptors is probably also quite a bit of a hurtful thing overall. Not the best engagements overall. Yeah, that would make sense. That would make sense. Oh, wrong map. You stuck around on the Rhodes Ravager Baneling army composition for a long time as well. He made a couple of Corruptors, not too many. I think that was a good call as well. But he never really got a clean engagement either, did he? That's definitely true. Maybe if he did manage to snipe down that War Prism, that on its own already would have been quite a feat, of course, but... And in the end as well, right? He sent a lot of Banelings across the map. Those Banelings maybe still not only just would have maybe blown up a couple of those extra Stalkers, but provide just a meat shield for those Roaches and Ravagers to get like 1 or 2 more volleys in before they are the ones getting shot. He looked overconfident. Yeah, possibly. Are you guys playing on Korean servers? Yes. Yes, we are. I mean, both DRG and Hurricane from Korea, so why would we force them anywhere else? No, we'll let them. We'll be kind. We'll be kind tournament hosts. They are allowed to play on Korea right here. Blammo, Blammo, and Blammo. All the scores have been updated here. Is he going to be able to turn this around again? I feel like this is again one of those important moments, right? A 3-1 score is. It seems like one hell of a task to then turn around still. It's definitely possible for this man, but it would be so much better if he does manage to just tie up the series here and get himself in a fightable position right off the bat. He's the red Zerg in the bottom left side, the Afrika Freaks. He is DRG. What's up, Princess Kills? How you doing? As well, who was the other person as well during the previous game? It came in and said hi. Leon7, what's up, my man? Thank you for joining us at Trovo right here. We're Alpha X, doing a lot of the StarCraft 2 casting, the proest of the pro Korean players right here, showcasing some wonderful games for us so far. As I'm introducing them, of course, in the top right side, the blue Protoss, fighting for Team LP. He is Hurricane. Right, probing around. Probing around the Zerglin tree. Sorry. Eating some peanuts in between as well. Trying to maintain some energy here. You think the DRG will even the game now to a 2-2? I mean, you're making some good calls here, Unknown, so you know what? I'm willing to jump on this boat. I'd say DRG ties it up here. It's a very good map for Zerg after all. I'm just hoping we're not going to see a massive Ling flood again, because well, just running across the map, right? I just want him to play a little bit more defensive. Maybe he's hoping to end the series a little bit quicker than he really should. Trying to jump on opportunities that He's kind of hoping that will be there, but not quite there in this in these matches so far. But Ice and Chrome, definitely a great one to start tying up this series right now. How did you start with SC2? I started with SC2 with, it was Total Biscuit, mostly. I was playing World of Warcraft. I was following him because of this, and then he was showcasing some StarCraft 2, right? He was playing it himself, and I thought like, wow, how can I ever be as good as him at that moment in time? He's pressing a lot of buttons, and then ultimately, yeah, started picking up the game. Got a lot of my friends from WoW as well to start in, and together we had a grandiose time. There you go. Nice sketch there on those adepts. I remember as well at the start I used to play Protoss. It's mainly because I saw this one game from Total Biscuit where he was playing, and he was, I think he was playing random, and he got Protoss himself. Or no, wait, he was playing Terran. I'm pretty sure he was playing against the Protoss. And, yeah, he had DTs killing him. And he was like, oh my god, stealth units, they're everywhere. I thought this is the most broken thing I've ever seen. You can have units that are invisible and that just kill the entire army. As, you know, people didn't quite know how Dark Templars worked back then. I got yelled at a lot. People thought I was hacking. People thought I was just abusing something in the game, which, you know what, people probably still would say. But back then, I mean, things got really fierce. It's like, it's my first time playing an RTS, and here I am, getting stealthed units in my base. Didn't have to go so far, Mr. Young little Kozen, with a snotty, runny nose. Alright, anyway. So we are seeing double Stargate right now, a lot of oracles in production. And the oracles, they definitely pack a punch. We've seen this a couple of times now in some of these matches. The ZVP making a bit of a resurgence here, right? The oracles overall. It's going to come down to how quickly TRG will be able to get some sort of a response out of for this. I suppose, no, this is a little bit of overall spitballing here, but if he does go for Corruptors kind of as an answer, wouldn't that kind of give Hurricane perhaps an opportunity to then start building more so on the Void Ray counts? Maybe if he does go for the Mutalisk, he'll be able to make the Phoenixes, and it's definitely interesting. I mean, Oracles, they do pretty darn good against Hydras as well, as long as the Hydras are in low number. It's kind of like a glass cannon versus a glass cannon, except for the Oracle, obviously a bit more made out of glass because it can fly after all as well. And its mobility is over the moon in efficiency. But yeah, we're going to have to wait and see anyway how this is going to be dealt with. 6 Oracles and a Void Ray right here. They're just going to jump right on top of that Spore Crawler. Actually just zapping on by. No, it is still going to commit to that Spore Crawler here. I'm not quite sure if I like that. I think, you know what, overall that's a lot of energy now being wasted here. Okay, targets the other one down as well. And now starts targeting drones. So far only getting 2 drones. I mean, and well, I guess 4 drones if you count the Spore Crawlers as drones as well. And now targeting down drones. There we go. 8 in total. I mean, he put the work account pretty low here, but at the same time now DRG finds the opportunity to come in here with a lot of roaches, as he knows the oracles are out of energy. He has a chance to make something work here. Okay, does get on top of those sentries as well with the Zerglings. A nice maneuver there. The oracles flying back around though. Still have a bit of juice left, ready to rumble with these roaches. And the roaches, yeah, it looks like they have run their course here. I'm not going to be able to do much of anything running into the main base now with 3 of them trying to target down some probes. That's about it. Oh, great warp in there from Hurricane, being able to block those as well. Alright, alright. I mean, recently we saw a game between Armani and Zest actually went for triple Stargates, and all of them were producing oracles. He had like above 12 oracles. It was absolutely nuts. It just zapped the entire Roach army away, went across the map, and GG was called. It was quite something. It was quite something. Anyway, those the DRG's counterattack there, you know what, a worthy effort. Would have been nice if it actually did manage to do something, but DRG definitely in a little bit of trouble right now, I would say. Is starting to get those Hydras out, though. Are we seeing some sort of different tech switch out of Hurricane? Would love to see him now trying to get into either, whether it be Colossi or whether it be High Templar in this scenario right now. Oh, my dear lord, more drones go down into the green goo destruction of the oracles. The Nickelodeon slime not quite as friendly anymore as it used to be. Rather deadly now, in fact. Alright, DRG not that much in the way, shape or form in units right now. How many Hydras does he have? That's the most important bit here, I would say. 8 of them in total. They are the most important unit here. They do a ton of damage against us, against the Stalkers, and will be able to fend off the Oracles as well. DRG, do not freaking dare to go through the choke and try to take a fight there. Okay, I guess now you can. Don't you dare. No, stop it, DRG. No, don't do it. Don't you dare do it. Okay, backs up. Good. Good. No, 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 no. Oh, God, he's going in again. Oh, this is so terrifying, man. I swear, I'm not quite sure how this is going to unfold here. Okay, gets underneath the Oracles. The Oracles actually very out of position here. Loses 2 of those. I guess that's a small victory here. Yeah, it needs to wait for these upgrades, of course, first and foremost for the Hydralisk. And also, I mean, he's on his way to Lurkus. That's the real thing here that he needs to start getting. And we'd love to see a couple of Vipers as well partaking in this melee that they're having right now. Stalkers, just pure Stalkers here in the middle now. And Zerglings on the top side as well. Nice micro overall. Good control here from DRG, except for these Overlords, I suppose. Burrell Busan. His hometown, Cyril. His testicles are great. That's pretty cool. Oh, that is pretty cool. Alright, Roaches and Lurkus right now. Refuges, I should say. There's no more Roaches available anymore. Great position overall. The army of Mr. DRG found himself in quite a good position. Oh, that force fields, though, still providing quite a bit of damage here. And the Lurkus all go down. There's still 5 remaining, but gonna need quite... Okay. Is it enough? It is enough, just barely right now. Needs to start retreating, though. More Overlords being sacrificed. Right? Where are all these Overlords coming from? What are they doing? DRG, stop throwing away Overlords. He needs to go back to Overlord school. He has lost his Overlord piloting license. Okay, DRG, a little bit stabilizing here. Didn't quite manage to do a lethal blow there, unfortunately. Killing off that Nexus would have been a big deal for him. Coming in from the top side is a bunch of Zealots, though. It's always a scary thing right here. You need to have quite a bit of defenses there set up. That's a lot of Lurkers here, but, well, the Zealots are going through the bottom side, so they're going to circumvent that problem rather nicely right now. There's an Observer here. Hurricane actually going to attempt to try and clean up some of the forces right now. Nice spread out overall, and does manage to do rather nicely. The Zealot run by not quite being able to find much of anything here, and at the top left side, the War Prism. Ooh, the War Prism gets taken out as well. Nicely done there by DRG, stabilizing on all 3 fronts of aggression that Hurricane tried to throw at him there. Man, I would love to see a Nidus Worm right now. I would love to see some Nidus play with that Overseer in the main base. I think that would be absolutely amazing. Get a couple of Lurkers there and go back and forth. Really utilize the mobility of the Nidus. and circumvent the problem you kind of have with Lurkers, right? Which is their immobility. They're very slow. You have to reset up continuously. And Hurricane looks like he is trying to take that advantage right now. More and more Immortals are on the way. Also, we're seeing a transition into Sky Toss now taking place as well. And with that, +1 on the way for the army. The air army units. Okay, DRG is going for a base raid here. Hurricane, oh, is he going to go for the recall? It looks like he might. He very well might. He now sees this army here. Or is he going to go for cleaning up some creep? I mean, I think that's the worst thing you can do right now, right? Cleaning up creep. I mean, yeah, sure, it's important, but right now, the time is ticking for him. He needs to get his act together. Okay, he's just going to move backwards. Alright, multi-pronged attack right now for Hurricane is in the works. A lot of Zealots there on the top side with the Archons and some Storm as well, right on top of those Hydras. Marvelously done. I think DRG is in some hot waters here. It looks like that is gonna get cleaned up relatively easily here, right? Trying to set up those lurks a little bit more favorably, but also that's gonna make them more susceptible due to the storms. On the top left side, more Lurkers and Hydras as well, trying to make this happen here. Make something happen here. Oh, the Lurkers actually managed to get more forwards with that army of Immortals right there in the backside, not quite making it work. Oh my god, those Archons, so many Archons right there go down. That's a lot of overall damage and a lot of overall extra tanking that's not going to be taking place anymore. The Zealots immediately just get destroyed here as well. But ultimately, those Immortals, they are the real damage dealers, the MVPs of this one. Taking out those Lurkers. As DRG is going to have to reset up his forces right now. 9 more Lurkers on the way. A bit of a problem here for DRG. It's only on 78 workers, and that sounds like a lot, but honestly, I think there is a big difference between having like 85 and 78 workers. Really becomes a lot more difficult to replenish your forces. Oh, a great little bit of harassment here. One Lurker denying mining here by quite a bit. Carriers are on the way as well, by the way, guys. So we are arriving in a very, very late game situation here. And this is something you don't see all that often anymore. And Zergs don't like to take it into a late game situation, usually against Protoss at the moment. As here we are nonetheless. DRG once again delivering one hell of a macro game here. It's going to take out this Nexus, and that's a nice indecisive blow right there. Wants to make a retreat, but needs to watch out. There's an army there. There's a Protoss army just on the lurking side of the left, and okay, the Vipers are here now as well. Maybe he might be able to get some work done. The carriers are going to provide quite a lot of DPS, though. Needs to make some abducts happen. The High Templar are there to try their best to get the feedbacks going on as well. Only +1 on those carriers as well, right, guys? They keep that in mind. There's only 4 of them. That's a very important bit, and they only have +1 attack. That is not a lot, especially for carriers. Oh dear. Ooh. If that was hold position right there, I'm pretty darn nuts. Zerglings here, they do have adrenal glands. Let's see if that's going to be enough to kill off an Archon. Nope, it's not. That was a shield battery there. Typical shield battery magic. Making life difficult for the Zerglings right there. I think he did the latest remaking of the Nexus here a little bit. Does seem to still be worth it. Still quite a bit of money left there. Overlord spreading creep, not quite in time. Nexus already in production. The army of Hurricane very close by. Might get pulled to the left side here. I thought for a moment DRG might have a moment to start pushing into this location again. With Hurricane perhaps going out of position. Trying to deal with a single Lurker. One Immortal should be enough there. Oh, the feedbacks are absolutely amazing. Nothing coming through there. And that is very, very rough indeed. Yeah, DRG is going to have to retreat here. There's no chance in hell he's going to be able to take a good fight there now. Feedback's proving their superiority once more. And 11 more Lurkers on the way here as well. Is that too much? I mean, there's 7 carriers now. There's also a mothership on the way. DRG needs a good amount of Hydras here to facilitate enough anti-air damage to really shut down this army of Hurricane. Although it looks like he's just trying to avoid the entire army here. Just take the fight elsewhere. Okay, +2 weapon attacks is going to get shut down as well. Oh my dear lord. This is a crazy amount of lurkers though. It's still rough to deal with. But the carriers, of course, they can try to do it from a distance here. Look at those overseers as well, just chilling here. The fleet beacon's going to go down. That's a big deal indeed as well. The Hydra's trying to wiggle their way into the main base right now. The lurkers are under a lot of pressure. They're just going to go down very quickly here. DRG losing a lot of stuff right now. And that's what we mean. There's not enough Hydras here to take out the carriers. And now all these lurkers are just... They're gonna be mince food. I'm sorry, that's carrier food. Chopped and diced up in nice little blocks. 13 Corruptors now on the way though. DRG not quite having the bank to make this army immediately again. Still has a bit of money. Does he not have larvae? Oh, he only has 6 larvae. Wasn't quite on top of his injects here, it looks like. And stuff again here stabilizes for Hurricane, who's now in a demanding position here, I would say. Oh, he's so smart. So smart going into the Void Race now. Realizing it's very likely to have Corruptors coming out on the fields. Immediately gonna grab himself that upgrade as well for the Void Race. There's still a movement speed upgrade for Void Race. I didn't really realize. So is this a different upgrade right now? Man, oh man, oh man. Okay, well. DRG, he's once again at 200 supply. But he's running a little bit dry on overall places where he's mining from, right? He's not getting that much more anymore. This is 1 base, 2 base, and 3 mineral patches right here. That's pretty much where he's mining from. He needs to get more bases secured if he wants to take this game into a further position right now. The bases for... Oh my dear lord, the Corruptors coming in. They shut down a Nexus. That wasn't the most important one, but these ones right here... overall momentum that was delivered there. Definitely getting some good stuff happening there for DRG on this left side, taking out that Nexus. No, dear lord, the carriers though. The carriers always that absolutely devastating force of destruction right now. The chat ray speed, my dear lord. I am scared to see the speed of these Void Rays right now. He did get it, right? Oh my god, look at these. Look at it. It just seems like it's bugged right now. Whee! Woohoo! Mario Kart racing for these Void Rays. This is a very, very scrappy game indeed. I think, honestly though, Hurricane getting a demanding position here. The Nexus that he did lose doesn't seem like the biggest of deals, but this could be a deciding factor as well, of course. The Abducts there, one does manage to land, but isn't able to get the Mothership core actually, even with the Yoink, and there are the Void Rays right now, zapping away at the Corruptors. They're gonna go down very, very quickly, and this army right now for Hurricane, and I think all it has to do is a move. No chance in hell DRG is gonna win that anymore, and GG. And that is going to be another victory for Hurricane on a very Zerg favorite map, you would say. Right, yeah, Protoss, I mean, it's been said a couple of times already, right, in the past as well. Wardy, a big advocate for this one. I mean, Protoss are very good in late game. The carriers, the High Templar with the feedback, they do incredibly well, and just overall Immortals to deal with the Lurkers. I mean, it's just a very, very strong army, and now especially with the extra Void Ray buffs, it looks like, you know what, even with the Corruptors there, you're not going to be able to break the motherships or the carriers all that easily. So You know what, Zergs are gonna have to figure something else out. To be fair though, DRG of course never made those spore crawlers. His overall Viper count was very low. He wasn't really utilizing those to the fullest extent. Maybe you're just gonna need both the Infestor and the Viper, and then just control it that way. It's gonna be very difficult to do, as you need to use 2 spellcasts at a time, and you need to not get fatbacked. You don't want to get feedbacked into oblivion, because that is a very, very real threat in those situations. But yeah, Protoss. I mean, I think this is a great showing overall to kind of showcase. They can do pretty well in late game, even though, you know what, neither of them played it absolutely to a T. They didn't play it perfectly, but to be fair, I mean, nobody really plays this perfectly, right? There's some players that get pretty close, but there's always mistakes that are being made for every single player, and DRG and Hurricane here coming pretty darn close to some immaculate overall micro, army movements, macro behind it, all at the same time. Pretty darn cool. When was the last time you saw Void Race, Carrier and Motherships in PvZ? It's my ladder games. My ladder games, that's where it happens a lot. I'm just glad Pro Zergs are dying to it now as well. It's like a death ball from Wings of Liberty. True. Alright, anyway, we're gonna have a little bit of a break here, guys, again. Give us 1 moment and we'll be right back. And yeah, we'll come in with the conclusion of DRG versus Hurricane. 1 moment, please, and see you soon.
Ladies and gentlemen, we interrupt your regularly scheduled programming to bring you this announcement from our sponsor, G Fuel. You know G Fuel as the official drink of esports, and right now they're inviting you to take a trip down flavor memory lane with their new G Fuel bubblegum. It's their newest, mind-blowing concoction made with 0 sugar and packed with antioxidants and vitamins. Be transported back in time with this classic taste of childhood while getting the energy and focus you've come to expect from G Fuel products. Check out their sponsor quests on our event page for more info on how to get your hands on G Fuel's nostalgic take on a time-tested favorite. Now back to the games.
All right. We're back. We are back with more StarCraft 2. It looks like we are starting the countdown right now. I don't know what's happening. He knew there we go. Always teasing me. Doing a countdown and then being like, you know what? Let me do another countdown, but only in my head, not in the actual chat. All right. DRG and Hurricane. Man, Hurricane is definitely delivering right now. He is on top of his game, it seems. Much better than I was anticipating in the plays right here at this moment in time. We'll have to see if this is going to be another victory for him here, because if it is, that is just going to be GG. Champion decided. And, well, that's a rough one. To deal with, especially for this man right here, who was really hoping to tie up the series, and now has to win 3 games in a row if he still wants to have a chance here. He's the Red Zerg. He's the Freaka. He is DRG. Bottom right side, that blue Protoss fighting for Team LP. He is none other than Hurricane. Alrighty. DRG going for that 16 hatch. Again, Hurricane not going for the hatchery blocks here. It doesn't seem to be his style. Apparently he does prefer to just play it casual, play it cool, get himself his own gateway, and then go across the map here with the probe. And check to see whether or not he can go for a very early Nexus as well, or if he has to start building a panic wall here for overall survivability. He's going to be feeling comfortable. And start that Nexus right now. There we go. So I'm starting to get a little bit worried here for DRG. He definitely he's taken 1 game so far, but to win now 3 games in a row, that is a tall order to ask. To be fair, he did win 3 games in a row versus oh dear lord, who was it? Cure. He did win 3 games in a row versus Cure as well. I mean, it's making it a little bit weird, right? So he takes down Q in a 3-1 fashion, and then suddenly versus Hurricane he goes down 1-3 in a sense, right? It's just not what I'm expecting here overall from the standings of these players, and looking at their previous performances. Or maybe I'm just a little bit biased, yeah, because I don't see that much of Hurricane at all times. Just looking at the most recent results from Hurricane, and I really wasn't expecting this amount of dominance coming out of him. Oh, I thought he was gonna chase. I guess he knew that that was coming, actually, with the Overlord. All right, once again the Stargate for Hurricane here. Would be surprised if we're not going to see an Oracle play here once more. One thing to be said, like, I have not seen a Phoenix anymore being created. Oh my dear lord. Inu's really working his butt off trying to get those downloads up to the highest amount. I'm not sure why he is messaging me this during the thing. But, oh well. There we go. Good for him. Good for him. He really tried to get that sponsorship to the maximum degree. Anyway. And that's the Void Ray again as well. We already have the Oracle, right? Yeah, there it is. Sushi would be quite happy to see Hurricane win. Well, I'm just such a massive DRG fanboy. Like, every time he loses, I just need a moment for myself afterwards. Just swallow the loss, digest the immense sadness that I feel. I mean, I over-exaggerate, but what was that? Yeah, they get more money now, is the thing. They get more money from their sponsorship. Alright. Oracle chasing. Not getting too many worker kills just yet, right? Letting the Void Ray try and deal with the Overlords here. I gotta admit, I am kind of missing the Phoenix in a sense as well. I hope we're still gonna see Phoenixes in action. It's a weird one, right? Where the Void Ray and the Phoenixes, they kind of overlap in a sense now because of the speed of the Void Ray being very similar. A little bit slower overall, I believe, and I guess against Mutalisk you still want Phoenix instead of Void Rays, but against Corruptors you want Void Rays instead of Phoenix, so I don't know, it's a weird one. It's a weird one. I doubt we'll ever see like a Corruptor Mutalisk versus Phoenix Void Ray kind of army being the meta, right? That would be crazy. Imagine the micro on that. It's ridiculous. It's not going to be a lot of micro overall, I suppose. It's just going to be a weird battle. Anyway, Void Ray here still poking in and out a little bit, trying to get some damage done. Warp Prism ready to get some damage done, as well as the Zerglings for DRG on their way, trying to get some damage asserted as well here. Not quite being able to find anything. Ooh, the Void Ray. The Void Ray speed once again proving the value of that, having that speed right there. Extended Thermal Lance on the way. A lot of nice upgrades here. Charge +1 as well for the Protoss. As we are seeing the Templar Archives as well being thrown down. And Zealots now in this third base all of a sudden. They are going to be able to be picked up here and then dropped into the main base as well if they would so desire. But okay, doesn't do that right now. Realize this DRG should be quick enough on the trigger to realize that's happening and to send his stuff into the main base. So great overall decision making from Hurricane there and control from DRG as well. There is that Spire right now on the way. Baneling speed as well, and the Hydralisk upgrade. So I'm gonna be interested in seeing what DRG is gonna do with the Spire. Maybe just grab a couple of the Corruptors. They should work out rather nicely, as we do have those Colossi on the way right now, of course. We also have Storm on the way, so both of these players kind of double dipping in their technology tree. Sometimes you see a bit more of a straight up decision making, right? Whether it be Baneling Mutalisk or Baneling Hydra, whatever, into Lurkers. Both these players kind of doing a bit of both. I don't hate it, but I'm wondering how it's going to unfold. There's quite a lot of Banelings here. Good amount of force field, so as well should be able to absolutely stop this from doing anything here. Where are those force fields? I don't think he even minds. Okay, let's the Banelings connect there. We'll be able to shut this down, and the Hydras, they are looking to be able to take out this Nexus here. Is there going to be a cancel? Okay, there is a cancel. Very good job by Hurricane though as well, delaying the cancel on that one, so he ensures that he gets as much value out of this as possible, right? Shuts down as many of the Hydras as possible, kills off the as many Zerglings as possible as well. Runs down each and every single one of those Hydras right now. Actually, no, never mind, one survivor. 4 HP, actually 3 HP, just regenerated a little bit there. The Banelings need to get connected onto those Zealots, but absolute amazing splitting there from Hurricane. Doing some wonderful jobs there, just overall. Just moving apart from one another. Here we go, the Hydras doing some work here. But still a little bit of a scary position here for DRG, I would say. Now being on full base versus almost full base of the Protoss. Did go up to a higher worker count though. I'd say that is very important in these situations here. Oh, Baneling's going into the mineral line. Nope. Oh, he's hiding. He's trying to wait for them to regroup. There we go, that's 3. Yeah, still okay. Still a nice little bit of damage there. Delaying the mining as well a little bit, right? So as we can see, jumping up ahead in that mark on the income grab. Oh, another fight all of a sudden here, just barely off of creep. Letting all the Banelings explode onto a relatively small amount of Zealots, I would say. Let's see, yeah, it's gonna need more stuff right now. 3 Colossi here. There's not much there. Oh my god, all those Banelings on top of that Archon doing absolutely nothing. Nothing at all. Not even a scratch, not even a dent into the shields right there. My dear lord. What are those Archons made of? Right, well, that is again the base of DRG does get taken out. The Mutalisk though on the other side of the map, they may want to consider moving backwards here. They've dealt an enormous amount of damage, but they are just continuously going onwards here. Okay, the Banelings now really committing. The Queens and the Hydras as well need to get right on top of those Colossi. They are not quite able to do so. More probes are being taken out, forcing more warp-ins here, but those Mutalisk, they would have been very, very important at taking out those Colossi, I would say. as they are still reigning supreme here on his side of the map. The Mutalisk, oh my dear lord, they are getting chased down right now. Okay, doesn't lose any of them right at that moment in time. The army supply of Hurricane still absolutely terrifying, as long as DRG doesn't lose too much right now. I mean, he could even consider losing this base. I don't think that would be the worst thing over here. Alright, he will try to save it. More Banelings just rolling on through. Nice pickups though, and the Banelings, yeah, they do not get any connections. Not any value, I would say. Again, the Baneling nerfs really coming into shine here, I would say, against those Stalkers. You don't really get that much value anymore, as far as I'm aware. Nice and very, very great splitting as well, though, from Hurricane. But, I mean, if you do less individual targets damage, then that's just one hell of a difficult thing to deal with. Okay, now, this is the moment in time with the Mutalisk here as well. The Archon, though, dealing quite a bit of damage there. There is still an Archon there, right? Yeah, there is. Okay, great. Overall, Magic Boxing, though, needs to get rid of those Colossi. Needs to target them down immediately here. The Stalkers trying their best to get on top of the Mutalisk, though. It's getting really close here, and it looks like DRG has barely been able to win this one. GG is cold. Holy moly, DRG takes another game here. My dear lord, that got close. Oh my man, DRG. Being able to take another victory right there. And just barely, honestly, that was very tight. I thought he had lost. I really did think he had lost right there. Those Colossi, the Stalkers with the Archon, so many Banelings going in without finding anything at all. But he managed to just barely scrape the barrel, the bottom of the barrel enough multiple times to just barely get himself an army that was any worth mentioning. And yeah, great control, Magic Boxing over those Colossi, over the Archon as well. Yeah, great stuff there from DRG. Hurricane as well, though, looks very, very strong still. Just didn't quite have a response yet for those Mutalisk. Wasn't really expecting the Mutalisk, and honestly, I wasn't really expecting the Mutalisk anymore at that point in time, but you know what, ultimately, it works out rather nicely, so well done there by DRG, but man, it got close. Oh my dear lord, did that ever get close, losing those the fourth base like multiple times. Yeesh. No, wait, that's the fifth base, right? 1, 2, 3, 4. Yeah, it's the fifth base. Losing the fifth base there multiple times. It was going to start to hurt, but man, coming across, dealing that amount of damage and finding a bit of hope in that final battle there. All right, now we are waiting to see whether or not there's going to be more here. Going into the favor for DRG. Of course, he still needs to win 2 games. Hurricane only needs to win 1 game. Right? But it's starting to become manageable. We're starting to see a possibility sprout. Even though, you know what, overall, the games that DRG is taking here seem to be relatively a lot closer than the ones of Hurricane. If he doesn't go Stargate, you can always pump some out. Oh, you mean Mutalisk? But he did go Stargate, right? You can still add them at some points. Yeah, this is true. This is true. Yeah, for sure. Yeah, DRG making great use of them there. Being able to find a boatload of damage. Enormous amounts. Tremendous. Devastating. The entire economy. I think Hurricane was on like 10-something workers right there. It's GM versus Master, of course. Of course, yeah. That's just what Hurricane is, right? He's just a little master player, that's all. That's why he took down TY 3 to 1. No, wait, 3 to 0? I'm not even sure anymore. It was a crazy one, though. He really rocked the boat there. Now, I mean, he is still on the match points. Oh, there we go. He's on match points. DRG still 2 points away. Are we going to be able to get into the ace match here? It's a close one. It's definitely a close one. It's been one hell of a show so far. In the bottom left side, we have ourselves a red Zerg player fighting for the Afrika Freaks. He is DRG. Top right side, that blue Protoss really having one hell of a run today. Will he be able to finish it off right now, right here? He just needs one more win, guys. The blue Protoss from Team LP. He is Hurricane. Hurricane. Alright. Well, it is Hurricane season after all. So we'll have to wait and see if that's gonna have any influence here on our player Hurricane. Or if that is of no influence at all whatsoever. Alright. Hurricane continuously, like, he's playing very, very straight up, isn't he? He's not going for any kind of crazy cheese, right? No forge, no cannon rush, no proxy gateways, nothing of that sort. It's just straight up play. Again here with the Stargates. That seems to really be what he favors in this matchup right now. I wouldn't be surprised if we're going to see this as well from him in GSL groups. If there is actually, is there a Zerg in his GSL group? I'm not sure anymore. If there isn't, then this is of course a great opportunity for Hurricane to just throw everything he has at DRG in this moment in time. Okay, DRG. Come on, mates. 2 more games here on the line. Phoenix. We actually have ourselves a Phoenix right here. A Phoenix first, nonetheless. What's going on? Was it a misclick? Was it just a lapse of realizing what's happened in the game? Of course, they are still quite a potent force in the sky. We'll be able to gun down that Overlord very quickly here. Supply blocking DRG for a little moment in time. It's of course a little, you know, just a bit unfortunate for him. Doesn't seem to matter or slow him down too much though. Already back up in the white supply counts right there. Just shouldn't lose any more of those Overlords right now, though. It's the main deal of things. Okay, the Phoenix kind of getting a glimpse as to where everything is. As the Oracle now comes in, and they start to gun down drones here on the third base. Not that many are available there, though, so only gets 3 of them. DRG. Okay, he doesn't see this Oracle anymore, but man, Hurricane playing it's quite scarily close there. Oh, and now we're seeing the Adept Glaive upgrade actually. So Hurricane, I see. This is why he went for the Phoenix. He wanted to shut down the overall Overlord scouting ever so much. But I think, you know what, overall DRG is still planning this out pretty safely, right? He's still starting to prep for any type of a defense that he may have to bring here. Of course, everything that you do with the Adept Glaives is going to be delayed if you open up with the Stargate. So DRG here still has a little bit of a moment of time. He needs to really stop making drones though. This needs to stop right the hell now. Okay, he sees these Adepts. May even want to consider making a Spine Crawler or something. He has the Roach Warren. How many Units can he assemble right now? Only 2 larvae available, 3 roaches in the production tab. This could be absolutely devastating. Let's see how well the micro of these adepts is going to be. The Zerglings. Oh, he made a full wall off into the natural base. Very well played there. DRG needs to buy as much time as possible. He just needs more time right now. Okay, re-walling off right there. Taking a page out of the book of the Brodos versus Brodos matchup. And doing a bloody marvelous job right here. Holding this off for now. Needs to be careful. Okay, again, re-walling off that base. Wow, and he doesn't take any damage whatsoever in a situation where I was pretty darn convinced that he would. You know what, this might just be a new way to deal with this. Honestly, this is a great, fantastic way to deal with this. I'm not quite sure why nobody else has ever really done it like this, right? Just build a wall over here with 2 buildings, and then if it is a depth chase, you can just block your natural base. No problem whatsoever. I mean, it's simple, it's majestic, it's goddamn brilliant, I have to say. Maybe somebody else already did it at some point, but I mean, it's actually the first time I've seen this occur in this matchup right here on the high levels. Pretty darn cool. Alright, still a massive attack though coming in here for Hurricane, of course. A lot of sentries. The Immortals are there as well. The Adepts never really lost their punch. They are still here. DRG is droning again. He's making 8 more drones. DRG getting a little bit greedy here with this attack right on his buttocks right now. Trying to make an end to this series. Right here is Hurricane. Will he be able to do so? He looks pretty darn likely. That army is very, very terrifying. Very, very frightening. Oh, dear lord. Okay, DRG needs to get magic biles right now. He's landing some of them. Most of this army is still sentries, though. Keep that in mind. So the force fields, yeah, they are going to be very strong right now. But most of this army, the sentries, are going to go down very quickly. The Adepts as well right now into that 3rd base. Again, re-walling off this base right now. DRG needs to hold on. He's going to be okay. He has enough works that if he does hold on, he's going to be alright in the long run, especially with another base right there. Another 3rd base having been created. And you know what? It looks like, oh my dear lord, come on. He needs to target those Immortals. The drones are being pulled as well right now. I think he may be doing it just barely. Okay, losing 20 drones. That is fine. He can afford to lose those because he had made like 60 of them too many. And he holds. He just barely holds here. Oh my dear lord. DRG, you absolute madman. Playing with everybody's hearts right now. This is some heart palpitations. Just barely hanging on continuously. Over droning like an absolute. I mean, it's seeing a truck driver just going at the speed of a Formula 1 driver down the highway or something like that. It's not really supposed to work that way. That was not made to be done like this, DRG, but he's doing it. He's making it work. Okay, Baneling's there. Looks like they will get spotted out. Hurricane. Okay, yeah, okay. Sees them. Great force fields there. Does give DRG the inclination, though. He knows that there is a wave number 2 coming. And all he has to do is make more stuff right now. He needs to hold on one more time. He needs to not lose this base again. Not losing the 3rd base once more. That is very important. He can't afford to lose that many more workers either anymore. It's going to be tight. Alright, here we see the final stance of DRG. The final attempt of Hurricane to move on through as, you know what, DRG found himself into the 3rd base as well. Sending a lot of links there. There was a warp in available, but that means there's not going to be an adept warp in here either. The Roaches, the Ravagers get on top of the army here. Hurricane in a lot of trouble now. Is going to lose pretty much all of this. And I mean, what are you going to do as Hurricane in this situation now with 40 works versus 63? Multiple lines. GG. DRG takes the game again, tying up the series 3-3, and suddenly it's all to play for once again. DRG making a comeback happen. The sweet overall possibilities of DRG. Man, oh my dear lord. Oh my god, is he crazy or is he crazy? Look at the, oh my god, I need to show you guys this. Look at this army value right here. How does this happen? How does this happen? How does this man do this? What in the, what, how? How? Oh my dear lord. What in the world? DRG. Man. Man. This Hurricane falling under the pressure. Suddenly, you know what? He was sitting comfortably. Had a lead. 1-3. In fact, just needed one more win. And now all of a sudden losing 2 games in a row. That's gonna sting a little bit, right? It wasn't all in though, to be fair, right? A little bit of a gamble there. Didn't play a straight up play, but still, it's all the sentries. Yeah, that's true. That was a lot of sentries. That was maybe a little bit too many sentries. A couple more Stalkers, a couple more Zealots maybe. You would have a lot more damage there. And the possibility to just keep on pushing. He did take quite a bit of damage of the Biles as well. I mean, sentries, they take a lot of damage from Biles, right? A ton of damage. And, well, we saw that occurring in that one. Anyway, let's hop on into game number 7, guys. We've made it the ace match all the way into the finals. In the final match of the day. No matter who wins this one, they are going to be the champion. We're going to have to send the other one home in 2nd place of the Super Series today. In the top left side, the red Zerg player making quite a comeback happening right now. Can he clutch it out, though? Can he do it one more time? It's the red Zerg from Afrika Freaks, DRG. This is the map he did manage to beat TY on as well, to be fair. And oh my dear lord, Hurricane, he's doing it. He's finally committed. He's like, alright, fine. I'll block your hatchery if that is what it takes. Oh, yeah. Ooh, okay, that was close. That was very close. DRG, not going to be happy with that one. Actually, wait, was he on a 15 hatch right there? He was trying a 15 hatch. That was a very quick probe of this blue Protoss right here in the bottom right side. He's none other than Team LP's Hurricane. Alright. Unknown sticking to his prediction. I don't know anymore. I don't know anymore. DRG making this very, very close. $15 hatch, not enough. Not on a small map like this, is it? I mean, I was really expecting to be able to do that. Honestly, like, we haven't seen Hurricane do a single hatch block so far. Look how committed he is now to blocking this hatchery. He's still here. Normally, this probe would have been long gone by now. He's like, you know what? I'm gonna block this. I'm gonna block this for the entire game. You're never gonna get this base. This probe ain't leaving, sir. Good luck to you with having bases anywhere but here. And then the links come in and he's like, oh, right, okay, I forgot about that. Alright, you have fun with your base. You have to gastric 15 hatch to get your hatch down on submarine. I mean, it's still a very, very early attempt, right, overall. I don't know, is that with or without sending the probe pre-pylon? Is that... I wasn't quite sure. Was it a pylon probe or was it a pre-pylon probe? A pre-pylon probe. Man, that's a wordful, isn't it? Jeez Louise. Pre-pylon probe. Blah, blah, blah. A lot of P words. To be surprised. To be honest, I wasn't even really certain DRG would try to go for the early hatches. I mean, as I said before, Hurricane, not a single time have we seen him try to get the block on the hatchery, as far as I'm aware, as far as my memory recalls. So this does mean, I guess, that we are gonna have a straight up adept attack right here. Last game, of course, it was a lot later because he did go for the Stargate opening right there. Oh, it's DTs actually. Oh man, even fooling me seeing this the Twilight Council. DT Shrine on the way. Okay. There's one single Spore Crawler in the main base. But I mean, if you lose your natural economy and your third base economy, that's still gonna sting. That's still gonna sting quite a bit here. DRG not going for the wall off this time around. Building that roach warren in his well, just right over here. Grabbing 2 more gas. Lay attack as well on the way right now. The lay attack, it's a little bit late if he wants to use it to defend against Dark Templars. These Dark Templars could actually come in quite nicely in this timing. The War Prism's going back across the map though, so... This is a little bit awkward. War Prism, where are you going? Did he just F2 his army here? Is that what happened? No, he didn't. He just wanted to put the adepts down, and now he's going across the map again. Well, this is delaying the Dark Templar by quite a bit, actually. This might give an opportunity here for DRG to get closer to his lair and to those overseers here, of course. We'll still have to see an overseer being built, though, of course. Still no Spore Crawler in that natural base, so it could still do quite a bit of damage. Oh, there's the Overseer. Oh my dear lord, DRG. How does he know? Making another Overseer right now. He knows he made a little bit of a mistake here right now, not getting that Overseer a bit earlier and skipping out on the Spore Crawlers as well. There it is. Alright, 1 DT still in the main base though. Overseer. Oh wait, there was a Spore Crawler here, right? No? Where did that Spore Crawler go? Mr. Spore Crawler? Oh, it's here. Alright, well, that is, that's not useful right now, is it? Oh, losing drones right now in the main base. Overseer, almost ready. Come on, one more shot. Nah, doesn't get it. Doesn't get it. In total, quite a bit of lost mining time there, right? I mean, even now, still... Oh, dear lord, DRG. DRG, please. Please, DRG. No. Oh, my dear lord. Okay, well. No biases here. Don't worry about it. Oh, dear lord. That was, yeah, that was a lot of damage right there being dealt, I'd say. Gonna just be able to transition into the... only 4 worker skill, though. That's manageable. That is manageable. Oh, forgot the other Archon. Still 64 workers. That's good. That's good. It's just mainly the lost mining time. There was a little bit more so than he needed to let it occur. But for the rest, it seems to be okay. Hurricane, though, also on the 3 base. Versus the 3 base of the DRG, who is only now starting up his 4th base. So that's a little bit slow overall. But he didn't die. He didn't die. And that's the most important part, right? He's still in this. There is a big attack coming out here for Hurricane, who has stopped making probes, it looks like. Is this a, once again, very committed attack right now? It looks like it very well might be. DRG's army supply is not that incredibly impressive. He will send Zerglings across the map here. So, immediately on that 3rd base, is this going to respond, get a response out of Hurricane? Will he recall here, or will he just go for the committal? Whopping in Dark Templar and Zealots right now. Very nicely blocking off those Zerglings from chasing down more probes, saving a lot of them. And here we are once again with the Roaches. The Ravagers are fighting off against Archons and Immortals and Sentries. The Bios not quite making the connections that they did in the previous game. DRG's army is kind of flimsy. It's not quite getting the connections. The Zerglings coming in now, getting on top of that Immortal. Very important to pick that off. Oh, doesn't quite get it. Doesn't quite get it. And it stays alive here. DRG has to leave this base right now. Losing 35 workers already. Oh, dear lord. He is in a pickle. He is in a pickle and a half right now. Oh, Dark Templar as well. Right on top of those Roaches and the Ravagers slowly whittling away these forces right now. Where are the overseers? He has 2 of them. One over here. Okay, there's the other one. Oh, losing the hatchery now as well. DRG. I think this may be it, guys. I think we may have a little bit of a capitulating point. DRG taking a bit too much damage, and Hurricane dishing out one hell of a punch. Great micro, though, from both these players at this moment in time. Great pickups. Oh, losing that one Archon, though. Still having 4 Immortals to really dish out that that meaty punch for that Protoss Force. So, of course, coming in on this other third base is going to get gunned down immediately as well. It seems like biling down one of his own Ravager right now. DRG, not the best way to win a game, but he is in a hurry. He is in a hurry. He needs to get to this hatchery. He cannot afford to let this go down. He's trying so hard. He get caught out by the force fields, losing 2 Ravagers right now. GG is called. Hurricane taking the series, taking the final game with one hell of a push right there. And the RG is gonna have to tap out, surrender, and almost making one hell of a comeback happen right there. Not quite being able to do so, and in the end, Hurricane being the victor, being the person who takes that game, the series, the entire Super Series of today. Very, very well played. That was a great series overall. DRG and Hurricane really delivered there. Even giving us a little bit of a late game scenario there between the Zerg and the Protoss. Very often you see Zerg trying to finish it off before that late game scenario really comes into play. This time around, DRG wasn't able to do so. Hurricane brought it there where he wanted it to be. And great control. Great overall macro from all the players around today. And yeah, GG is called. Nice to see a Protoss win something for once in a finals. That is good. Unknown calling it. That's right. Absolutely calling it. Well done to you. And yeah, guys, thank you all for watching. We hope to see you the next time, of course, as well. I've been Kozen. I've casting here on ITaX, and we'll be bringing more StarCraft 2 to you, of course, pretty darn soon in the future, I would say. So keep tabs on the overall, on the Twitter, on the Trovo, on the Twitch, on the Discord as well. Yeah. Check us out, and don't forget the Metrorino, of course, if you haven't already. My last shout out here to the Metrorino. There's a replay pack available for buying there as well, if you are interested in that type of stuff. And yeah, alright guys, love you all. See you later. Bye bye.